Day 3 at Levitov Chess Week 2023 is about to start. We are welcoming you to the beautiful Amsterdam. 10 strongest chess grandmasters are battling it out for €130,000 prize fund. The winner gets €40,000. I'm honored to be in the studio with Grandmaster Artur Nations. I'm Kati Tatsalashvili. Hello, Arturs.
Hey, Kati, and of course, everybody else who is watching and coming back to day 3. I guess with this day, the tournament marks the start of the second half of the festival, because dear viewers, if you are joining the tournament for the first time, this is a 18-round rapid tournament, meaning double round robin, 9 games played against each other, 10 players playing against each other, and then starts the second round. Today starts the second round. But I'm sure that most of you are curious what you saw on the screens, because that was indeed one game was being played out. Kramnik against Aronian. Katie, what was it all about?
Yeah, well, now our viewers have witnessed that game, and it was not any test game or warm-up. There was 14th round that Aronian and Kramnik played in advance. And Artur, that happened because Vladimir Kramnik has to play at CCT Division 3, which happens right after this tournament. So Aronian agreed on this condition to play earlier, and this gives Kramnik the chance to play 2 big events in one day, which is really crazy. Arthur's that game ended peacefully. They ended in a draw, but the game was nowhere close to be very peaceful. We're gonna talk about that later on, but let's take a look now at the match format of this tournament and check it out what we have on the table. So we do have this tournament, rapid tournament, 10 minutes plus 5 seconds as a bonus, and we have a double round robin tournament where all players gonna play against each other with both colors. Arthur's, as you mentioned, we are halfway down, which means that the players now are going to switch the colors and will face each other once again. Good thing is that we have already the results of the first round, and we can now compare who is going to win 2 out of 2, or maybe we're gonna have the tie between the matches. We're gonna talk about that later on, but let's now take a look at the prize fund. The greatest prize fund, €130,000 for 4 days chess event, where the winner will get €40,000 in Arthurs. Even for the last place,
there's a lot of prizes. A lot of prizes indeed. Everybody is awarded, and again, you see there, viewers, this huge gap between the first and second place. I mean, first place is twice more than the second place. And that makes an extra incentive, of course, for the players to fight it out. And in case we are going to get this far that there's going to be a tied first place, there is written a point in the regulations that a special playoff will be played out, right? Here you see, here's the tie break. In case there's a tie, there's going to be a playoff, 2 minutes or 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, and if necessary, even Armageddon.
That's right, Arthurs, and myself can't wait to see Armageddon in the chess tournament. I believe that's the most exciting part of the chess. It's time now to go to the playing venue and check out who are the first players who got in the playing venue, besides Aronian and Kramnik, of course. And if we have also some special guests, here we can see Vishy Anand having a glass of water and enjoying the chat. I believe that's also Gelfand on the screen, Boris Gelfand.
With a cup of coffee, I presume. Right,
Aronian,
indeed.
Together with Nepo just walked in. Arthurs, let's remind once again our viewers about yesterday. We had a day off, but players still had work at that day.
Right, I understand they were having a hand and brain exhibition, right? I don't know much about the details about that event, but again, it's a festival in Amsterdam, and the tournament is being held in a story of a Waldorf 5-star hotel, which is a stone's throw away from the Rembrandt Square. very, very close to the center of Amsterdam. And historically, this is the second edition of the Levitov Chess Week. I mean, first time it was organized back in 2019 when the Russian businessman and well-known person in the chess circles, Ilya Levitov, organized a friendly 8 invited players round-robin tournament in order to celebrate his 40th birthday. And back then it was a truly private event and not a lot of people knew about it. But now, 4 years later, it's coming back again. And this time it's much more open for the public.
Yeah, that's right. And we can also observe with so many cameras in the playing venue, there's also possibility for the spectators to go at the playing venue and observe all these players and the games from very close. Really very close, from 1 meter's distance. Let's now take a look at the standings, Arthur, to have the picture what we're looking for today and who are the leaders for many rounds. Levon Aronian was a sole leader. We can see that now he is joined by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is the winner of the first edition, and Peter Swidler, who is having a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, but the only thing which this table doesn't mention is that Aronian already has played round 14, and this means that Nepomniachtchi and Swidler, they have one more game to play. Aronian was the early leader of the tournament after day 1, but then in day 2 we saw Jan Nepomniachtchi scoring 4 victories in a row. So Nepomniachtchi right now is back in the lead and he is looking to repeat his success because he won the very first edition back in 2019.
That is right. So you can see here Aronian and Vishy Anand chatting before the games started about yesterday's hand and brain. I read an article of about that event that the winner team was Levon and Vishy. So it was hand and brain event. One of the players was a hand, another was a brain, and we learned that they won in the finals against Nepo and Shahriar Mamedyarov. And the commentator of the event was Judith Polgar. So you guys can check it out. There are photos in social media. It seems to be a really fun event where all these top grandmasters took hand and brain at the highest level.
Yeah, and as I understand that this tournament is organized pretty much in the same fashion as the Melody Amber tournaments, which were organized back from 1999 to 2011 by a Dutch businessman and a former world correspondence champion, Joop van Oosterom. And Ilya Levitov accidentally visited one of the Melody Amber tournaments when he was age 15, right? So, Katie, I think it's quite understandable when your first impression is one of these amazing super tournaments. At some point, you want to bring back this amazing atmosphere and organize it again.
Yeah, seems like Levitov fell in love with chess at that point, or maybe even before, but he loved the atmosphere so much, and he is bringing now this tournament to rest of us, to the chess family, and we can see the players with a big smile on their faces. I'm sure all of them are enjoying to have such a wonderful time. In Amsterdam seems like to be a very nice place, but Arthurs, in the end of the day, this is a competition, and one of these players will walk at home with 40,000 euro.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, of course, is looking to repeat the success. You can see him here on the screen. Actually, Kelly, again, I'm not really sure if he formally abides the rule of the dress code, right? Because I'm pretty sure I read in the regulations that, I mean, you have to wear something really fancy, but I guess it's debatable.
It is, and we have some of the players in the same outfit as a day 1, so they are not only repeating the matches, but they are also repeating the outfit. Chess players are, most of them, if not like all of us, we believe in lucky clothes, we believe in lucky pens that we're writing, and some of the actions, we're quite superstitious people.
Indeed, and here you see Swidler is the last person to arrive at the playing hall, and he is about to face Vishy Anand with the black color. That's also the very first game we are going to check. My guess, Ketty, that Anand is going to play e4, and we are going to see Sicilian Najdorf. What do you think?
I think I would agree with this. We are going to see that in a second, and that's e4.
Yeah, Anand, of course, he's well-known expert of e4. He has played it pretty much all his life. The royal move with the king's pawn. No, e4, e5 instead. Petter feels that it's time to play either Lopez or Italian game. Which one is it going to be?
It's more stable, seems like, and Svidler is one of the leaders now. Anand is also a leader, but he's half a point behind him. And Anand is the one who really wants to score here with white pieces, a half point behind. Maybe that's Peter's choice here to go a little bit low mode here to perhaps hold on a draw as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure. Probably, definitely, I'm fairly positive that the players who have arrived in this tournament, they have some tournament prep, and we are never really gonna know what's the reason why Petter decided to deviate from something sharper, play Sicilian Najdorf, perhaps specifically against Vishy Anand. He feels that he has more chances in the Lopez. There's always a very interesting backstory. I mean, why they're playing what they're playing, and it's always fun to hear if we get the chance to get the players' interviews after the game. Here we have something quite classic, Ketty. It's Lopez and this early move d3. If I may go back here to the move number 6. After bishop e7, d3. Now this move, Ketty, used to be quite an, dare I say, offbeat continuation some years ago, because the main continuation instead of d3 is the more acknowledged rook e1, c3, h3 and play d4. But the theory is moving on, and I guess it's because of the ever-growing popularity of the martial attack, where black very quickly after show castle plays d5, white is aiming for a quiet positional game instead.
Yeah, seems like Anand here decided to develop first a dark square bishop, and we had bishop to j5. Next, perhaps is his knight, which can come on d2, and we might have this road of the knight for the knight. Oh, instead he goes knight c3. Maybe he wants to play knight d2, knight g3 to go on the king side. Or what do you think, just to get this knight on d5, Arturs, and give up the dark square bishop for f6 knight, and then to jump knight d5, which will just block everything in the center?
That absolutely makes sense, right? I'm not really sure. Yeah, indeed, bishop takes on f6 is played. Bishop f6, knight e5. This is a very nice pressing position from the white's perspective, controlling the d5 square. I would imagine black is thinking about something like g6, bishop g7, knight c6, knight e7, try to get this knight out of d5, because it's pretty annoying. I mean, it's going to be quite difficult for white to get anything real, so I would imagine that Anand's follow-up to this is going to be something like b4 or c3, b4. This is usually how they play it out, but I guess we are going to see.
We are going to see, as Peter now plays knight to c6, this knight was not doing much on the side of the board. Perhaps he wants to activate it knight to d4, or even to play knight to e7 to counter play against the knight on d5. Anand goes with c3, as you mentioned, to control a lot of squares in the center. Maybe even to think to push b4. But I don't believe that he wants to play d4 here, because in that case, dark square bishop will be open up, and that's something that black is really hoping here.
All right, I like this move c3. I mean, you're right, Kitty. Maybe here Anand is thinking about pushing d4 at some point, but the moment he simply takes an extra care of the d4 and b4 squares, maybe there's going to be d4 at some point, maybe there's going to be b4, maybe Anand next is going to continue with moves something like queen d2, rook e1. There's a lot of easy moves, while black is thinking right now, how do I deal with this knight on d5? Because if he plays immediately knight e7, which of course kind of makes sense, I think this is looking a bit dangerous, because white opens up the center pretty quickly and the black king is feeling a bit heat here.
Yeah, that's right, and doubling these pawns on a file might not be so good for the black in that position, because Usually you are using this semi-open file for the rook, but black is way behind to attack to the king side. Instead, Peter goes here e5 and he's waiting for b4 to happen. He wants to fully control the queen side here. I was thinking maybe Anand will start to somehow get this knight from f3 somewhere like knight d2, rook e1, rook knight f1, knight e3 to start to get this knight on king side.
That definitely makes perfect sense. Yeah, so either this or queen d2, rook e1, rook d1. I'm pretty sure that we are gonna see one of these moves. Both players are huge experts in these lines. So also Svidler, right, is also one of the leading experts in these lines. So I think it's about balance at the moment. Gary, shall we select another game? Because I think this is a pretty quiet turn of events so far.
That's right. We shall check out the game of another leader, Nepomniachtchi. He is facing Boris Gelfand with white pieces. And we have the center of knights. The pawns are just gone.
There's 3 knights in the center. This is something you don't see very often. I'm not really sure what kind of opening was this. It is. I don't know even what it is. I mean, I could show you very quickly. Yeah. So it's some sort of Paulsen, Sicilian Paulsen, and after knight f6, Nepomniachtchi plays knight e2. This is a move I don't think I even have seen before, because the main move is knight c3. Okay, that's interesting. And now they switch. Now they switch to d6. You know, Kerry, the main reputation, the bottom line of this line is that after knight c3, a lot of people dropped to play d6 right here in this setup. Why? Because there's a very, very dangerous Keres attack. And at the elite level, I believe the understanding is if white is able to play g4, g5, h4 without any punishment, without any consequences in the center, white very quickly gains a very serious edge. And I wonder if after knight e2, now this no longer applies because this move g4, g5 with the knight on d2 now suddenly feels a bit weird. And I guess that's why it didn't happen.
Yeah, this knight from d2 closes the bishop, dark square bishop on this long diagonal. However, it's now has more squares to jump, and we had knight to c4, white's move there, and black responded with d5 right away. I'm just curious how white spent these 2 moves for the knight and gave a chance to black to finalize the development on the king side. But Arthur's here, I like some kind of pawn attack on the king side. If white managed to do like h4, h5 on time, you can get some very nice advantage on the king side.
That could be definitely a possibility. You know, Kitty, my first impression is I don't like Nepomniachtchi's position. Because, I mean, sure, he has beautiful pieces here on c4, d4, e4. But I'm a strong believer in this tiny little thing called the pawn play. And in order to be successful, I think that the right order is you push forward your pawns, they create targets in your opponent's position, and then you send in the cavalry, the minor pieces, the heavy lifting, right? So at the moment, I mean, white's pieces are standing just well, but where are the pawns, right? And where's the pawn play? And that's what I'm not seeing here. So, okay, he has positioned the 3 minor pieces on the 4th rank, nice. But what next? Maybe indeed you're right.
Replacement of pawns. Like usually we have d4, c4, and e4 pawns to control the center. But now there are pieces. This last move, bishop e4, is also the move like asks a lot of questions. Like, you want to capture the knight on d5? Okay, you can do that. But then what?
Yeah, then what indeed, because I don't think the bishop d5 right now is a problem, because black is going to take with the queen. But if I'm going to continue a bit this thought about the pawn play, I mean, look at the black's position. I think here Gelfand has more flexible ideas, because if he manages to play next e5, f5, for example, e4, he simply is going to dominate the board. So the perspective is that I simply like Gelfand's position more. So something slightly went wrong for Nepomniachtchi. Maybe he's going to disagree with me, but I would definitely choose black here.
Right, Arthur, I checked this. If ever played this kind of opening earlier, and seems like g6 was the deviation from what has been played earlier, and there was a lot of continuation there, and Boris Gelfand seems to be ready for this kind of approach in the opening in white, and he went to fianchetto this bishop on g7. Now he's offering a knight trade. He is ready to ruin the pawn structure on the queen side. But that opens up the b file for the rook, and this might be very nice counterplay for black, as rook b8 and bishop from g7 are creating a serious threats on the queen side.
Yeah, maybe bishop b7, but I was actually thinking that after knight c6, b takes on c6, that knight on d5 is now well protected. And if black continues with this e5, f5, and let's say something like bishop e6, you immediately see that black has the pawn center while white has nothing. So I don't think that knight c6 is going to happen, but no, it did. It did happen. Knight c6 is on the board. All right. And queen f4.
And queen to f4 right away, attacking the pawn on c6, and white is just saying, I want to take this pawn and I want to simplify the position. At this point, rook to b8 might be something questionable, because you're dropping two pawns at the same time, and that's too much of the choice.
I think that Gelfand right now is just surprised. I mean, I have so many great moves here. Am I really having this position against Nepomniachtchi, the tournament leader? I mean, I could just play something like queen c7, protect the pawn on c6, and push e5, bishop e6, f5. So the way I see this position is that Gelfand is most likely already treating as he is playing with white, right? He has chances to take over the game, and he's not thinking about how to equalize the game. He's thinking about how do I get more out of this position. So queen c7, totally on top of my mind. Maybe there's something better. c5 right now, not really sure. I think that queen c7 with e5, that's what makes most sense.
That's right. And black is always having this f5 if e5 ideas to consider, and perhaps now Gelfand is thinking, should I give up the pawn on c6, or should I just play a calm move like queen to c7 to guard the pawn on c6 and then to launch the attack in the center. But somehow, even to lose this pawn on c6 doesn't look too tragic to black.
No, it does not.
The pieces are very active.
I'm sure you could play something like rook b8 as well, but again, this is a rapid time control. And one thing that I've learned myself from playing at a high level tournaments with good opponents is that in a rapid time control, you want to play as simple as possible. And you don't want to overcomplicate things, right? So for example, maybe something like rook b8, maybe something like queen h4. There could be some fantastic moves here, right? But again, this is rapid game. You don't have a lot of time to think about. So your thought process should be really pretty simple. And yeah, of course, queen c7 is played.
Yeah, although here there was a lot of time investment from Gelfand. He took 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Is not it too much for a rapid game for one move?
Queen f5 and queen b7, by the way, is played instantly. It seems that Nepomniachtchi anticipated this move, but now queen b7 allows 96. Now the question is, this is real interesting, Kerry. Is white going to play 96 to capture the bishop on c8 and claim the bishop advantage? The answer is no. Nepomniachtchi develops the rook on d1.
Yeah, rook to d1 is the move of the choice here. He wants to develop all the pieces and keep this threat of knight d6 on the board, because basically here Boris Gelfand cannot really avoid this move happening, because you can play rook to d8, queen controls the d8 square, and you can play that move at any moment. Oh, I like what you are just highlighting on the board.
I think he is also discouraging black to play e5, because also Nepomniachtchi, I mean, this is what you dear viewers have to understand, because Nepomniachtchi is not only thinking about himself, he's thinking about for his opponent, for Gelfand, and he understands that Gelfand, of course, is gonna bring the bishop in the game. He is not gonna leave the bishop on c8 as a sad mourner. He wants to give it a roll, so it's understandable that black is gonna play e5, and that's why rook d1 happened, so that black cannot play e5.
Yeah, stopping the pawn push in the center, we had queen trade off the board, knight to a5 now, attacking the pawn on c6, and somehow this already looks quite nice to Jan Nepomniachtchi, as queens are off the board. It is so far only white who is creating the threats on the board for last couple of moves. Now knight to c6 is a serious threat, because after knight c6, bishop d5, knight d7 comes on the way, and white can capture 2 pawns.
And also there's the pawn play. This is the little magical word I mentioned, right? I mean, suddenly white has an idea to play c4. And Kenny, the more I look at this position, I come to the conclusion that something slightly went wrong for Boris. I could go back a couple of moves. We are not going to do that right now. But at this moment, when Nepomniachtchi played queen a5, queen b7, maybe that was not the best thing that Gelfand could have done. Now f5, he's trying to fix things. Bishop f3 seems to be a rather easy move. Look at Nepomniachtchi.
Look at Nepo's face.
He's like, what is that? I mean, what is that?
He's not judged with this move. He knows it's not so good move. Attacking the bishop on e4. This bishop can just withdraw back on f3. Arcturus, I don't like f5 because it creates another weakness on e6. Unless black is planning to push this pawn right away on e5,
right.
a4, or it's just a weakness that you have to carry for whole game.
Maybe after bishop f3, he needs to watch out for the c5, e4 idea, and that's why he wants to make sure bishop f3, if bishop f3 is played, that after this move there's no e5, right? e5, do you take on c6? You have to calculate what happens on e4. Maybe it's crazy, but wait a second, white is underdeveloped. For example, rook d5, take on f3, g takes on f3, something like bishop b7, you know, Kitty. You start to see these ideas. And instead of the automatic bishop f3, you want to calculate.
Yeah, after e5, bishop f3, by the way, is on the board. After e5, there is a chance to play bishop d5 or to play rook to d5 to trade some of the pieces. And we know when we have something extra, we can trade the pieces as well. And now to take the rook on a8 and just to develop the bishop on time, bishop e3. If f4 happens, then bishop to c5, and white's pieces are way much happier in this position.
You're right. This definitely makes perfect sense. So that's why Gelfand is not going to rush with e5, but e5 is definitely in his radar. So maybe something like rook c8 first, then play e5. But again, these guys are thinking together with the response of the opponent. So it's not just rook c8. Gelfand is thinking, I'm going to play rook c8. What Nepomniachtchi is going to do? After rook c8, is he going to play c4?
Can I, after rook c8, can I take knight c6, rook c6, and rook to d5 with the same tactics?
Nice.
Knight c6, rook c6, rook d5, e takes d5, bishop takes d5. And we have sort of similar position with 2 bishops now on the board for white.
You're sharp again, right? I mean, you notice these things very quickly, and this is once again, dear viewers, a perfect reason why you should be doing puzzles. Whoa, something happened there. Knight c3, bishop c3, there's a piece sacrifice.
Ooh, that was Gelfand's ideas there to sacrifice a piece.
So if I go back here, after bishop f3, knight c3, that's what happened. Danger marks this as a mistake, but wait a second, is this really a mistake or actually Gelfand has calculated this? The rook on a1 is under attack, the bishop on c3 is attacking the knight on a5. What white is going to do?
So many moves here. Bishop h6, bishop a3, bishop d2, knight b3. 4 choices here, very least. And knight c6, 5 choices.
A lot of moves. I mean, I could even take on c6, give you a check on e7, then take the rook on a8. I could take on c6. I could play bishop a3. I could play rook b1. All right. And we have the moves bishop h6 and Gelfand is down exchange for nothing.
Not much.
Not much.
Or not much.
I think it was just a miscalculation. That's what it looks like, because right now black has 2 pawns for the exchange carry, but his pawn on c6 is falling, and you know, if I could only get the pawn on e5, the bishop on d4, and this is what Gelfand is trying to do. He's trying to play e5, bishop d4 to centralize the bishop on d4, to limit the rook on d1, and maybe have some sort of activity, but I'm not sure is it going to be enough.
I always like to watch face impressions of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is never afraid to show his emotions on the board, and he is visibly shocked of the decision of Boris Gelfand to give up so much
Nepomniachtchi is
advantage.
charging forward like a train. I mean, because in the day 2 of the action, he scored 4 victories in a row, right? First day, he had a rather average start, 2 points out of 5. He hasn't made a single draw so far in this tournament. And in day 2, he beat everybody. 4 victories in a row. This could be victory number 5. And Nepomniachtchi, with this game, is very clearly announcing his intentions. I want to win this thing.
He is going all in up to this point. As you mentioned, he has no draws. He has lost 3 games, but he has also won 6 games. If he wins this one, it can be his 7th victory. Right now, the bishop b7 attacks the rook on c6, and the bishop on f3 is also in threat.
Right. So, yeah, rook c4. Bishop f3, g takes on f3. So what Nepomniachtchi wants to do here, this is what we call the simplification in chess, right? So you want to trade as many pieces as you can. So in the end, you have the rook against the bishop and maybe a couple of pawns for each side. The bishop is going to be a very, very predictable piece. It cannot really generate any threats. So Nepomniachtchi is thinking, how do I get the rooks off the board? Because if I do that, he's simply going to dominate the game.
Right. Seems like here Jan Nepomniachtchi takes the lead, and Boris Gelfand has to do a great job here to guard all the weaknesses. Artur, I suggest to go to the game of Vishy Anand and Peter Swidler. We have some sort of drama happening on this board.
Oh my goodness, what is this? You know, Kenny, immediately jumping into this game, I would just say it's a complete mess. White is down in exchange for simply down in exchange, I guess, for 1 pawn, right? And I see the bar. The bar is only my only marker. What's happening here? Apparently, Peter Swidler is doing great, but the position again is very difficult to evaluate. But yeah, indeed, the bishop on c6, the rook on c1. That's a very unpleasant pin. Black is threatening rook c8, and this might be very bad news for the Indian superstar.
It might be here, as seems like Black has very nice counterplay. Rook to c7 has been played in this position, and he wants to pin the bishop. Rook c8 can be another threat now. And the question is how White is going to hold the bishop on c6.
I'm not really sure. Not really sure. Maybe things are not so bad for Vishy, because one thing I noticed immediately is that Swidler has a weak king, right? So you could play something like knight f3, the queen goes away, maybe h4, knight g5, and I'm not really sure this is so obvious that Swidler has this large advantage.
Sorry, queen to e3 now. Seems White wants to play knight f3, knight g5 with all the tempi on the board. So rook c8 might be not so good move here.
F4. All right, this makes sense because it indirectly defends the square of g5. I think queen b6 will be played. But wait a second, Katie. There is an idea like bishop takes on h3, queen b6, rook g7. Now look at this. Suddenly it was Black was thinking about creating this deadly pin at the c file, and with just one move, Swidler tosses every single piece towards the king side. I think that Anand is going to lose this. Or maybe I should actually say that Swidler is going to score a very, very important victory, because right now he is one of the leaders of the tournament together with Jan Nepomniachtchi, also technically Aronian, who has played 1 game more. And Swidler has really impressed me so far in this tournament. He's on fire.
Right.
Katie, I mean, his game against Mamedyarov on day 2, that was really something. In case, dear viewers, you didn't see that, go and check it out.
Meanwhile, we are waiting for this game. I suggest to go to the game of Vasily and Levon Aronian. We might have a checkmate in a second, Artur's, and also first game has been ended in a draw of Mamedyarov and Grishchuk.
All right. Okay. So I think that Black has an extra rook, but it doesn't matter when the king is exposed. Rook f2 looks really great. Wait. Can I just play rook e5? What am I missing here? Rook e5, rook h2 check, king h2, queen f2 check, king h3. Yes, you have to calculate some moves. Okay. So it's not really so obvious, but Wesley right now is calculating, is there a forced win? Aronian is down in 12 seconds, this means he's desperate, and after rook takes on e... Oh wait, there's also rook takes on a2 check. Okay, it's not so simple really.
It is not so simple, but seems like Vasily has sacrificed the rook to have the initiative on the king. And
there's a lot of checks. I mean, I cannot immediately work it out. I mean, there's queen f5 check, there's rook f2 check. If I wouldn't see anything, I would just probably play rook f2 check, because after king g7, this feels like there's gotta be a mate. Something like queen g4 or even rook f7, it feels like a mate. But after rook f2 check, black is gonna sacrifice the queen. I think so. So right now Wesley is thinking, should I allow this? Probably this position is still winning because the black king is exposed, or maybe there's the direct mate.
Queen to f5 is not approved by the engine, and seems like now draw should
why
be
it should be a
accepted.
draw? Just a second. So if I play rook f2 check, oh, maybe black is not obliged to sacrifice. He can play king e8. Maybe Wesley missed this. He thought he could always play rook f2 check, and now black can play king e8. Rook takes on e5. Apparently there's a miscalculation, but you cannot blame the American Grandmaster because the position is so sharp.
Mm-hmm.
And we have an update.
King f3.
Yeah, we have an update, by the way, Kerry. Nepomniachtchi has won his game against Boris Gelfand.
Wow, Nepo is unstoppable. And another game, Anand versus Swidler, has been also ended. So we do have Swidler and Nepomniachtchi rocking it this tournament.
G4, and that's it. There's no more checks. Where's checks? There's no checks, right? Queen c8, queen d7, bishop e6. Oh, rook f5, king e8. There's gotta be a win here.
Bishop b5.
Oh, that's nice.
Winning the queen.
That's nice. Yeah, I think that's a resignation.
Is Levon going to lose another game? This can be lost for him.
No. The last game, Katie, he didn't lose. He didn't lose.
It's a draw. Yeah, it was a draw.
So you're referring to the previous game where, so indeed, Wesley wins, but you're referring to the previous game where Levon was completely lost against Vladimir Kramnik, and we're going to talk about this game during round 14.
I got confused with that. It's so interesting to see these players analyzing the game, right? And Levon has this character that he always respects his opponent. Vasily also, we can see they are smiling, but Tubo is one of these players who has no idea what happened in this game. And he's trying to analyze with the players.
All right.
Swidler is also there.
This means also that the round 10, the first round of the second circle between the players, is over, and I think it's a good time for us, Kitty, also to check what are the current rankings after 10 played games.
That's right. So Nepomniachtchi and Peter Swidler are co-leading the tournament, 7 points. This is indeed something amazing about these two players, that they are fighting until they win. We have Levon Aronian now with 6 points. He lost this game, but he's still keeping leader's position because he had first 2 days really amazing. We do have Vishy Anand with 5.5, joining by Daniil Dubov. Vishy has lost this round, and Arturs, I suggest to take a look how Svidler and Vishy Anand ended their game.
Yeah, indeed, we could do that. Let me pull up the game. Vishy against Swidler, just a second. So all the games of this round are over. Oh, wow, bishop takes on g2. So we left
Where is White's queen? White's queen disappeared.
Yeah, we left it. Where was this? Let me try to find it here. f4, yeah. f4, queen c5, rook g8, so black suddenly starts to go for an attack. Rook g2, bishop h3, all of these threats are looking really great. Queen d6, bishop takes on h3, look at this. So Swidler sacrificed the rook, he's really sharp here. Sacrificing rook on c7 with a check. Rook g7, now bishop takes on g2 looks like a killing threat, so white has nothing better to do than to sacrifice the queen. Here, G takes on h3, queen e3 collects the knight on d2, and after king g1, bishop g2 anyway. And I guess after king takes on g2, there's gotta be some killing moves. Something like a check here, and I guess f3.
F3 is the move that creates a lot of threats, and white has to give up the knight, and then the rook on c1 will suffer. And here Vishy Anand decided to resign. Peter Svidler is collecting more points. This is his 5th victory. He has made 4 draws and lost only 1 game. This is incredible. We're talking about 10 super grandmasters, right? In this competition, if you have only 1 lost, this means that you are in a very good shape. Arthurs, it's time for us to take a break, and we'll be back shortly, right before the next round starts, and we can check it out, how the players are feeling, what's the situation right now in Amsterdam, and we can also talk a little bit about the standings itself. So guys, don't go anywhere, the action has just started.
See you in a bit.
You are watching Day 3 at the Levitov Chess Week 2023. We have 10 Super Grandmasters facing each other for the 40,000 euro first prize. In the studio, we are working for you, Katie Tsasalashvili and Artur Nekshins. Artur, so far we have seen incredible games.
Absolutely right, and also the day 3 of the Levitov Chess Week of year 2023 marks the second round robin because the players, the 10 invited grandmasters, they're playing against each other twice. In the first 2 days, they already played against each other. The first round robin, and today after the rest day yesterday, I mean, not really a rest day, there were some events like Hand and Brain. They're back in action and they're starting the second round robin. The first round of the day is over. You already saw some spectacular games. Most notably, probably the game of the round was Swidler beating the black, the former world champion Vishy Anand. I'm pretty sure that also this round is gonna bring more action because probably one of the central rounds will be Nepomniachtchi, one of the leaders, playing against Aronian, and perhaps Katie, Jan is looking here for a little revenge. What happened in their first game?
That's right, Peter. And we need to also take a look at the playing venue. These two players are walking in the playing venue right now. Peter Svidler and Jan Nepomniachtchi are the two players who first walked in. You mentioned about the match between Aronian and Nepomniachtchi. They're gonna play against each other, but in the second round we had a little bit of drama as Nepo's queen stacked on the king's side, and Aronian was very happy to win that game. And the results were very interesting. We had 2 decisive games scored by black colors, and we had 3 draws. And now those players who scored with black pieces will play with white pieces. And this is usually an advantage in chess to have white pieces, right?
Probably. I would actually say it's more in classical games. I think it's a bit random when it comes to rapid, but okay, sure. Yeah, sometimes indeed the white color gives a bit more advantage. So Nepomniachtchi, talking about Nepomniachtchi's game in the first round robin against Aronian, I think he was doing just fine. Probably he was not yet feeling the rhythm because he played a very interesting sharp game against Aronian's Taimanov. You can still check it out, dear viewers, if you scroll to the round 2 of the tournament and check how Nepomniachtchi self-blundered the queen. But right now, the former world championship match challenger, he is on fire. I mean, he scored 5 victories in a row. He leads the tournament, and this is a different moment here, and he is very, very determined here to show that he's capable to score even more.
That's right. We're gonna see all the actions coming up in a few minutes as the players are getting ready to start this round. You guys, I would like to remind you that we have polls running on our YouTube and Twitch channel, and you can take a look at our predictions. How many white wins in this round at this time? You can answer to that question. And let us know what you think. Levon Aronian and Jan Nepomniachtchi right now, they are trying to avoid the eye contact so much. And we had this weird smile. Have you seen it, Artur? Like very weird smile from both players.
You know, I could watch at Nepomniachtchi's facial expressions all day long, Kerry, because he's such an interesting player to look at. I mean, if I would have to point out the players from the professional circuit who are making the most interesting facial expressions, it's definitely Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's definitely Hikaru Nakamura, right? Because, I mean, they're making it really interesting
about Jan Nepomniachtchi and his impressions. I was so close after every game of the World Championship match, like 1 meter's distance, and face impression was not all the thing that I was getting from him, but also he is heavily breathing sometimes when he has lost or when he had like very crazy game, and by the noise of his breathing you can understand how he's feeling. how
Indeed.
happy he is, how upset he is. So
It's actually
yeah.
amazing that these players are facing each other under different circumstances because for Nepomniachtchi, we already discussed this. Nepomniachtchi has scored 5 victories in a row and he is about to score more the way it looks. Aronian has had a terrible start because he finished the day 2 with 2 losses in a row, and today it hasn't been better. He was dead lost against Vladimir Kramnik, then he was suddenly winning in time scramble, but somehow the game finished in a draw. Now he lost again, so for the Romanian superstar, it's half a point out of 4. So he needs to stop the bleeding right here.
Talking about Armenian superstar Levon Aronian, there is a fun comment in the chat. I'm gonna read it out. Levon thinking where he can get that kid's shirt. We had a guest in the playing venue with very fancy shirt, and we had that on the camera. And meanwhile, Arthur's another round has just started.
Indeed. So e4. Now I don't know what Nepomniachtchi is going to play. Is he going to play French defense maybe? Maybe something sharper? No, Sicilian. Najdorf it's going to be. Knight f3, d6. There you go. Bishop b5. All right. Bishop b5, the Moscow variation or the anti-Najdorf. Well, Katie, I believe in one thing that Bishop b5 is really an annoying move at any levels against Najdorf players.
Sorry, Arthurs, but did we have this child just smiling to our camera, just trolling us? Did you see that?
No, I did not. I was looking at the move, so I didn't
just
see.
Just trolled us.
Oh my
that was so cutest moment. Sorry to interrupt, but sometimes things like this are creating things so precious in the chess world. To have this young gentleman just walking around in the playing venue and observing the games of the super grandmasters. Arthurs, we have seen situations when young person goes at the chess tournament and gets inspired and then wants to do something in chess world, and Levitov is one of those young people who got inspired from the top chess players, and years later we have this tournament happening.
Yeah, and of course, if we compare this tournament, which was organized for the first time back in 2019, it was a private event. I mean, you could not go there, you could not watch it live. I mean, now it is possible to visit on site, so it's happening in Waldorf Astoria 5-star hotel in Amsterdam. Beautiful location.
Yeah, indeed. Arthur, is another very interesting thing now we have on the screen. Our viewers are thinking who will win in this round between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian, and there is a big majority who's thinking that Levon Aronian is a heavily favorite with white pieces.
All right. But speaking about the line they have chosen, this is a theoretical line, and it seems the theory has moved quite a bit ahead, because I remember when I started to work on this line something like 5 years ago. I published a database on the Moscow variation, and back then Queen d3, this was a brand new move back then. Of course, it was found by the modern chess engines, and the idea is that you are stopping Black's idea to play d5. So if Black plays something like knight e5, you play queen e2, you still stop this b5. But apparently, knight e5, queen e2, b5, this has been some major developments here. And after c takes on b5, d5, I recall I have played this myself against Estonian Grandmaster Kaido Kolots in one of the rapid games. So this seems to be a common knowledge that Black gets a good game here.
Yeah, but very nice. Breakthrough with the pawns.
If we go back to the move of Bishop b5 check, which I started to explain, and then the kid showed up in the camera, the Najdorf is considered to be the Cadillac of sharp chess. In the opening phase, it has a very good reputation. A Bishop b5 essentially feels like you are meeting your opponent's sharp intentions with the fire extinguisher, right? And that's why a lot of players who play the sharp Sicilian Najdorf didn't really like to play Bishop b5. And Anish Giri once said that Bishop b5 check, the Moscow variation, no longer is a sideline. This is one of the main continuations.
I agree, I agree. I wanted to interrupt you a second time, but I was like, I will be too rude to Arthur, so I will not do that. But I saw Dubov was observing the other side of the board, and there was the game of Anand and Mamedyarov. We have to go there right away because it is something really crazy, Arthur, in that position.
Okay, you're right. It's crazy.
How are we
if
getting there?
the opening. All right, I already had a look at. Shall we play it out? Shall we play it out move by move? Because I think we have to show the dear viewers how we get there.
Yeah.
So this is normal. 97, not so normal, but of course it's playable. Knight c3, knight g6. A very interesting way to play out the Rai Lopez. h4, white tries to challenge the knight. So far it makes sense. Knight d4, bishop c4, h5. Knight g5, d5. All right, Katie, I think this is pretty obviously opening prep. You don't play that without any prep. You don't sacrifice the pawn on d5 without knowing what you're doing. Bishop d5 apparently is a mistake according to an engine, but let's not jump the gun here. I'm not really sure. This could be a low depth engine here. Attack the queen, take on f7, check, king d7, f3, knight h. Oh my goodness.
What is just happening here?
So the queen is threatening to take on g5. I assume white gonna take on h4 because after queen takes on g5, the rook on h4 is under attack. You cannot do that. So white played d3 and knight takes on g2.
Yeah, on the background we have Dubov and Gelfand ended the game with a draw. Rather very fast.
King of one. What is happening here? You know, knight f4. You know, dear viewers, you have to pardon us. It's pretty difficult to give an objective evaluation of deep prep, which you don't know, and very messy, crazy lines, right? All we can say, this is crazy.
Arthurs, I can see the game actually has happened in 2021 between two Polish players. And so far, this is the position, right? It takes...
Yep, that's the position.
That's the position. In this game, actually, something crazy just happened and Black won the game. But seems like it's not the first time that we ever had this position. It already happened.
So including e takes on f4.
After let's go back bishop to f7 because it will be easier for me to give you the moves. Bishop f7, king to d7 has been played, and d3 was white's move.
You mean f3?
And
yeah, f3 probably attacking the bishop.
That was already pawn on f3 in that position. Let's say f3, knight to h4. And now d3, so it transposed. After knight to g2, we had king to f2, and knight went on f4. Yeah, knight went on f4. And in this position, white took the bishop on g4, and in the game, Anand took the knight on f4.
All right, so these are two Polish players, and now they are deviating, right? So Anand instead played king f1, and after bishop f4, e takes on f4, knight e2.
Yeah.
All right. The game is a complete mess because you have to calculate a lot of things in a very short time frame. The knight on g5 is under attack, the bishop on g4 is under attack, the knight on d4 is under attack. There's all kinds of moves. There's bishop takes on f3, there's knight takes on f3. And I believe that at this level, you have to calculate things incredibly fast. Right? So
yeah, that's true.
I guess we're just the spectators here. Very, very difficult to give objective evaluation because let's say something like, what would be the first move, Katie, which would jump to your mind here if you're playing with black?
Well, I'm looking the engine, to be honest, right now, and engine says take a knight on e2. That's quite logical move. We can have the board on a screen. Now the idea is to play knight to g3, so you have to recapture it with the queen, and then take the knight on g5.
And I take on g4?
And when you take on g4, play f3. And that's a very strong move, because after queen takes f3, there is h takes g4. It's not me, it's the engine. I'm not responsible for this line, it's too crazy. H takes g4, the queen is hanging, and the rook is hanging. So there's not much of the choice. You have to play rook to g1 now to pin the pawn. And bishop c5 with idea to attack this rook on g1, and rook to f8. Black is winning.
Either way, this is going to be a complete mess. So after knight e2, this makes sense. Knight e2, queen g5 makes perfect sense. Still, there's a great chance for Mamedyarov to step aside. So he doesn't have the engine. I don't have the engine.
Doesn't have. No.
We can assume that king f1 after knight takes on g2, king f1 was probably not the best move. We are going to see.
To be honest, what I see now in the database and with the engine, this line is not correct to capture the pawn on f7, and very likely Shakir knows that's trap. So, yeah, in this position, white is already having quite heavy position.
All right. So once again, let's repeat the line. Knight e2 makes perfect sense, right? So is there anything else for white? I mean, not really sure. F takes on g4, knight g3 check looks pretty bad. So queen e2, queen takes on g5, makes sense. F takes on g4. F3 for Mamedyarov, this is an easy move. Oh, this looks really bad for Anand. I mean, you don't see it very often, Anand misplaying the opening, do you? So perhaps he just mixed up something.
Not.
So perhaps he just mixed up something in the opening phase. I don't know what it was. Yeah, chess.com accuracy says that Mamedyarov is playing 99% accuracy, Anand is 83.8. Clearly, yeah, something is not right for the Indian superstar. Maybe it's the previous game, which, yeah, unsettled him a bit. So it's going to be tough. That being said, Kerry, shall we select another game? Because here things don't look really good for Anand. We have a couple of draws already.
Yeah.
Aronian,
to be honest, this is the most exciting game by far, because the other game, Kramnik Grishchuk, seems to be quite theoretical and equal position. Maybe we can check for a bit Swidler and Vasily, and come back here.
Yeah, indeed. Let's do that. All right, this probably was some sort of a Najdorf. The way it looks. Just a second. Yeah, indeed, it looks like a Najdorf. I'm checking the first move, so we are not going to play them out. Doesn't look very impressive for Swidler, to be honest. Because black has a very strong center. Rook d8.
And yeah, white is a little bit behind of development. This bishop on f1 and rook on h1 stuck out there. Black seems to have quite nice chance to start some sort of counterplay, maybe knight a4, to look on b2 square and c3 square at the same time. Queen b6 ideas, knight c3 ideas. Definitely black is the one who starts to play.
Right, I'm also a bit puzzled why Wesley didn't play something like a long castle, because this rook d8 is a bit strange, because I guess black is still thinking about the short castle, but I would say the king at the king side is a bit exposed. And most likely white is going to bring his bishop in the game with something like g3, bishop g2, or even g4, g5, bishop g2. Yeah, this game definitely has a chance to explode. So you're right, something like knight a4, queen b6 could be a move, but again, I don't like this rook d8 move. Where are you going to position the king? Maybe he's going to
that's a very tough question, yeah.
Maybe he's now going to play a short castle here. Short castle, now I'm going to play sort of like g4 from the white's perspective. I guess knight e4, rook h3 could protect the third rank just in case against any checkmate ideas. Okay, the bar, of course, is laughing at me. I guess I'm not seeing something, but...
I'm thinking maybe knight c3 can be the move. Knight c3, b takes c3, d takes c3 with some sort of queen b6, queen a3 ideas here.
Or even, even queen b6 or queen a3. You're right, Kitty.
Yeah.
This looks a little dangerous.
Yeah, white has this extra bishop on f1, but basically king on b1 is extremely weak and lonely. So bishop to d6. Rook to d6. Probably rook b6 is the other idea that black wants to implement here.
Yeah, and rook h3 is played. So this move h4 is not only white is thinking about the move of g4, g5 at some point later. The rook is joining the game via the h3 square, protecting the a3 square. If black plays something like rook b6, queen a3, trying to go for the checkmate. If knight a4, white could always have this rook left, rook b3, and make sure nothing is happening there. So I guess that black will have to bring the rook on h8 in the game, but then again, I don't really understand keeping the king on e8. To be honest, that kind of
maybe king e7 to connect the rooks, and the king on e7 should be fine for the moment.
Yeah, sure, but the question is, why don't you castle long here, right here, with the same idea, right? There must have been something.
There is probably queen to c4.
Oh my goodness.
b4.
I'm so bad.
Yeah,
that's the reason. So that's the reason he couldn't do that. He couldn't play long castle because of b4, queen c4. I'm just not seeing anything. Okay, that's the reason why he was doing this. He played rook d8. He decided he needs the king on e8, and just in case he can castle short. All right.
Yep. Very interesting game. This game and also the game of Anand and Shaq looks so interesting. Let's switch to that game and see some of the updates. I see our chat is asking for the game of Shaq because this is, oh my god. So
yeah, let's check where we left it. I think it was after knight e2. Your move, Katie, knight e2 was played. Knight e2, queen g5, f takes on g4. And instead of f3, which did look really natural, Mamedyarov played something else. He played bishop c5, which also kind of makes sense.
Yeah, bishop c5 is also a quite nice move, but with f3 you need to follow up then with h takes g4. Otherwise, you are just allowing white to take queen f3 and queen to f5 to trade the queens. This is also perfectly fine, I guess. At some point, black has to push f3 to open up the f-file.
d4. I guess the idea is that after bishop d4, somehow white gains a tempi somewhere, but...
Queen c4, queen e6 ideas?
I'm not really sure that's a big threat.
Good. No, pawn also hanging on c7. I told you the worst threat here. Queen c7 is another, queen d4 is another threat.
No, in general, I'm just really surprised. You know, that's why, I mean, dear viewers, you have to pardon us. It's very surprising because when you see something so weird happening right after the opening and the bar dropping completely in favor for black, and it's quite tough to give the evaluation, but second, it's quite shocking to see that Anand did not get after the opening. And
that's
how
not
often does this
happening
happen?
every day. Yeah.
It's happening never. It pretty much never happens, right? Because Anand is well known for his theoretical knowledge, and if he plays the sharp line, usually he's at the top of the game. That's why it was so... What? Yeah, what's happening here?
F3 is on the board already. Let's maybe update the board. So
now this looks crushing. It just looks crushing because you can always play just bishop e5. And the position is about material balance, but the black is attacking.
Where the queen goes, Arturs?
I'm sorry?
Where the queen goes in that position?
I guess something like
after
queen
bishop
h3.
e5. And...
Yeah, but this cannot end well. It cannot end well for white because if you compare this position, white's position and black's position, it seems it's material equality, right? So let me refresh the actual board so that you're not missing anything. it's about the same, right? Queens, two rooks each, obstacle bishops, the same amount of pawns, but it's all about the king's safety. And this king on f1, it feels much more vulnerable. And by the way, there's also now a check queen b5, which would force white to play something like c4, close the bishop on b3. The pawn on f3 is really a monster. And compared with the king on e7, this king on e7 is not really so weak because there's just one check, really. So black can always play rook h6, protect against this. Maybe rook d1, threaten with something on d7. You can always play, I don't know, rook d8. And if white misses queen g2 check or queen b5, it's going to be over immediately.
Yeah, after rook h6, which probably now Shak is going to play, but he's not so certain. Look at his face, like, I know I'm better, I know, but I have to be very careful. So she's controlling the full board. Rook h6 has been played. And here, Arthurs, I think queen e3 is another serious threat. Threatening checkmate, queen f2, queen e2, two-ways checkmate.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one. Queen e3, queen e2, queen e2. You're right, but right now, black needs to deal with queen d7, rook d7 threat. Rook d8 makes perfect sense. Even if these rooks disappear from the board, black still has a very strong attack because look at this rook on h1. It's not doing anything. White cannot bring it in the game. You cannot play rook h2, there's going to be queen g1 mate on the board. You cannot take on f3, eliminate the pawn. There's always going to be rook f6. You cannot leave the queen, the h3 square. There's going to be queen g2. Maybe here Anand can do something like trade the rooks. Can I do this? Oh wait, c3 is already played. I was thinking trade the rooks and play queen h4.
Wait. Is it? It's black's turn move. c3 has played. How about queen to b5 now?
Yeah, it's just...
Arthurs, it was a checkmate. It was a checkmate. Queen to b5, c4, queen to c4, bishop c4, and rook d1 checkmate. Is it checkmate?
I think also this move is winning. But you're right. If I'm going to put it on the board, queen b5 check. It just seals the deal. And Mamedyarov wins. Mamedyarov wins.
Wow.
This is shocking, Katie. I mean, it means that clearly Anand is unhappy the way he played the previous game because you don't see this happening to former world champion to lose like this with the white color. Very
way.
painful.
Shall we show, before we switch to the next game, this beautiful sequence? Our viewers always like to see queen sacrifices. Let's have this game and... No, first queen b5 check to give up the queen. That's more fancy.
Oh, yeah.
Queen b5, c4.
Queen c4 takes and rook d1 checkmate on the board. That is beautiful.
Beautiful. But the other way has been played, and that's also quite nice. A way to win. And we have Grishuk versus Kramnik on the camera.
All right. Let's switch to that.
The position seems quite peaceful.
Indeed. Actually, it's interesting. We started to talk about Kramnik and Aronian playing this round 14 game before everybody else started this day, and the information we have is that indeed Kramnik is going to play in the Champions Chess Tour AAP Cup division tournament. Actually, it's quite interesting because I'm pretty sure, Katie, I read his remarks that he's no longer going to play in chess.com, but I think that the case here is that he simply wants to finish the tournament and not withdraw. Right? It could be simply his principles, not to mess up with the natural order of the system, or Big Vlad already has changed his mind. I don't know, dear viewers, what do you think? Right? I'm pretty sure you've been following some of the Kramnik's statements lately. He is.
I would believe the first option what you mentioned is what's happening. So he started something and he wants to finalize it.
All right.
Which is a very nice approach. Meanwhile, we have some weird turnovers in the game of Svidler and Vasily. So we shall see that position as Swidler seems to have a very big advantage and he might score another game.
Wow, I mean, I really predicted this after day 2, the way Swidler was playing, that he's playing really well. He could be one of the contenders to win the championship here. I was not wrong, and clearly Petr has been well in the game. He has an extra pawn against Wesley, so whatever happened before, it doesn't really matter. he has an extra pawn, a lot more active pieces, and a completely exposed black king. This should result in a rather easy victory. Wesley has the final seconds ticking.
That's interesting.
Let's see this game finish a logical outcome.
Arthur is because if Swidler wins this position with white pieces, he will score 2 out of 2 against Vasily. And he will be the player who has the perfect score in this tournament.
And also, Wesley has been doing pretty badly in the tournament. I mean, he managed to recover after day 1 because he started this tournament 0 out of 4. This is something you don't see very often. Maybe it's tiredness because Wesley was playing in the Armageddon Championship final. He lost against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Then he was playing in the semi-final of the Speeches Championship. He got crushed by Magnus Carlsen. Maybe this somehow got to him and he's somehow not finding his game. He managed to recover in day 2. He was a bit lucky against Boris Gelfand when the latter forfeited on time. It seemed that the American Grandmaster has finally found his game, and no, once again he is losing again.
Yeah, and very difficult position, very difficult situation right now. Seems like all the king side is gone now. F7 is a serious threat.
That's it.
And
That's gonna force a resignation right here. Yeah. And mate on the board. Wow, you don't see that.
Look at this. Vasily allows his opponent to get checkmated. That's very nice gesture to your opponent to allow to be checkmated.
Indeed, and we have only one more game ongoing, which is Vladimir Kramnik against Alexander Grishuk. The position is still rather peaceful. It appears that... Who's actually pressing here? Is it Kramnik? Not really sure. I don't think the black can make any progress. The knight on d8 is stuck, because if it moves away, then white is going to penetrate black's defenses, so win the pawn on h5. Apart from that, I don't see white making any progress. I mean, something like rook a7 check. Black always plays rook b7 and just does nothing. So if white wants to do something, he needs to organize some sort of a breakthrough at the king side. But how to do it?
That is indeed a good question. Somehow white's pieces have more space, right? More activity here. Arturs, what happens if the rooks are off the board? Is there a chance there for one of the side?
No, I don't think so. I mean, maybe Grishuk would be the one who would push a bit, because I don't see this bishop creating any problems in the black's position. There you go, draw is agreed. There's nothing to be done. All right. So again, it was quite an exciting round, and it seems that we might have a bit change in the leadership, because Swidler has managed, Gary, to win his second game of today. And if we are going to have a look at the overall rankings, you see it's Petr Swidler who is leading the tournament with 8 points out of 11. And Nepomniachtchi now is in the second place, trailing half a point. Aronian is in the third place, but he has played more games. Remember, dear viewers, he already has played a round 14 game against Vladimir Kramnik. This actually means that he is trailing even further behind. And essentially, I think, Getty, this will be a very, very sharp fight for the tournament victory between Petr Swidler and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That's right, Arturs. Very interesting day indeed. Let's pull up the chessboard once again on the screen, and I would like to go back in the game of Swidler and Vasily to check it out where the things went wrong for Vasily in that position, and when Peter started to play for the victory. Let's go move 19, where Vasily, after rook to h3, Wesley could not find anything better but to play knight to e4, attacking the rook. You cannot take this knight because the rook on d2 is hanging. So white here played rook to d1, only move, and then Vasily sort of offered the draw here after knight to c5. So if you play rook to d2, I'll play knight to e4, and I'm happy here to make a draw. But Peter went for f4, and from that moment, everything just fell apart for Vasily.
All right, there must have been some sort of a miscalculation. I'm not really sure what he missed. Maybe he wanted to play e4? What's the problem with e4? Maybe he miscalculated from afar that after b4, queen b6, white just plays something like king a2. Now the knight has to go away, and the pawn on e4 is simply under attack. I think he simply misevaluated or miscalculated this line. So he started with this knight e4, and after knight c5, he wanted to go back to the same position, but Swidler simply said no, and then took over the game and completely exposed the black king.
Yeah, what a game. Peter Svidler seems to be unbeatable and unstoppable. And we are now taking a break, you guys. Next game will start in about 15 minutes. The players have that much time between these rounds, and we will be also back shortly. So don't go anywhere, because all the actions gonna start for the last round for today. Welcome back, everyone, to Amsterdam at Levitov Chess Week 2023. Round 12 is just ahead of us. We can see some of the players already are getting ready to start this round in the studio. We are working for you, Katy and Arturs. Arturs, what should we expect here in this round when the players are already starting to face each other with a different color?
More bloodshed, I guess, because the fight for the winning the tournament is on, and Peter Swidler is on fire. Nepomniachtchi is not very far behind, and of course, this is the matchup that we are gonna have to follow very closely. And speaking about these two players, these two leaders, it's interesting to mention that in the first round robin, in the first half of the tournament, it was Nepomniachtchi who won the game. You might remember, the viewers, from the day one when it was Swidler who came up with a very spectacular exchange sacrifice. Nepomniachtchi was missing quite a lot of tactics in the first day. Now he is in a slightly better shape, so this is something we should be looking out very, very closely.
That's right. The players, the leaders are now facing each other. Peter Svidler half a point behind. This is the chance for Nepomniachtchi to stop Peter by himself, at least to make a draw to be closest to the leader. So leader of Peter Svidler, you guys, these players are facing each other, and today and tomorrow will be last days of Levitov's Chess Week, and the winner will get 40,000 euro out of this tournament, and of course the title. So far we can see Nepomniachtchi, who is the winner of the first edition. This tournament happened for the first time in 2019, and now we have the second edition. Arturs, what do you think they are chatting before the start of the round, Vesliso and Nepomniachtchi?
I have no idea. Probably something which happened the previous game, because the atmosphere here is quite friendly. It's despite the fact that it has a very impressive price, 130,000 euros. The atmosphere, like I already said, is very casual. The players are knowing each other quite well. Ilya Levitov wants to organize this tournament in the spirit of the very famous Mellow in the Amber tournaments, which were organized many years ago. So they're playing in a beautiful location, the Waldorf Astoria 5-star hotel in Amsterdam. The weather is great, there are flowers, everybody's smiling and dressing nicely. So in these amazing conditions, of course, how can you not play some very good chess?
Yeah, indeed. On the camera we have Leonard, is a well-known chess personality, chess photographer, and a person who is always behind the digital board. We have to shout out Leonard because of the people like him, we have digital boards working perfectly well, and we have all the games broadcasted to us, so you can do the commentary as well.
Yeah, no, so let's have a look at what are the current rankings to refresh our memory. You see the players are about to start the games, but if we check at the rankings, you see that it's Peter Svidler who is right now leading the chart with 8 points, followed by Nepomniachtchi, 7.5 points, and then Aronian is in third place with 6.5 points, but he has played one game more together with Vladimir Kramnik, because the viewers, if you tuned in at the very beginning of today's broadcast, Kramnik and Aronian, they already played round 14 before everybody else. The reason is really simple: the Champions Chess Tour, where Kramnik is playing later today.
Yeah, that's right. We had that situation, Arturs, and really a heartbreaking for many of chess fans from India is to see Vishy Anand suffering a little bit today, as he is struggling to score a point here, and currently he has 5.5. Still 3 rounds today to go, and 4 more rounds tomorrow to go. There can be some turns of the events. But we have seen Vishy being in a great shape in the first 2 days. A lot of tactics and a lot of exciting chess. Right now, Peter Svidler and Nepomniachtchi will be our focus.
And they're in great spirits, as you can see. They're smiling, discussing something. Perhaps they're discussing how Peter lost his luggage when he was arriving in Amsterdam, because the first day he had no luggage with him. He had to buy a brand new suit in Amsterdam. Not really sure that's the same suit, doesn't really matter. What is important is that Luggage has made it safely back to Petter. He's in a good spirit. He's leading the tournament, and this is going to be a fun game.
It's gonna be indeed a fun game. Let's hope so. Look at these two players giggling and talking. If you really wonder what they're talking about, those are really good friends for 4 years, and they have played against each other, perhaps even trained together for the same team. And we have already handshake and the first miss.
Sicilian Najdorf, is it gonna be? After knight f3, yep, d6 and bishop b5. Alright, look at this. So bishop b5 once again makes an entrance. We already had a discussion on this variation, I believe in the previous round. But that's a new move here. Wait a second, what is this, Katie?
Bishop to e2, right? So usually we have bishop d3, c3, bishop c2, and then d4 happening. Let's have the chessboard on screen.
I mean, after knight of 3 d6, the more conventional way to continue is d4. Why? Because you're fighting for the center, you get the knight on d4, you play knight c3.
Arthurs, we need the chessboard. Just a second. All right.
Yeah. So knight c3, a6, and there's literally every single move which is legal here. It has been tested, so let's not dwell too much on that. Bishop b5 is the quiet continuation. The white just continues development in the spirit of the Ryan Lopez. Also, the bishop goes to b5 in the Ryan Lopez. And after knight e7 here, black says, I want to get a two-bishop advantage. I want to play a6. And after short castle, a6, bishop e2, Katie. This is something new to me because as far as I know, one of the main moves here is to play bishop d7, and play d4 to recapture on d4 with a queen. This is something new.
I have also seen bishop d3, Arthurs, and then c3, bishop c2. To have that kind of structure, which is so weird, right? Bishop d3 here, b5, c3, bishop b7, bishop c2, and the line goes farther and farther. But bishop e2, here Jan Nepomniachtchi had totally different ideas. He decided to play then d3 to maintain the strong center, and then c4 to blockade d5 square.
Yeah. And again, we are reaching some sort of a Maroczy-bind structure, so white plays c4 to claim a little bit better control of the center. Then he wants to play knight c3. That's essentially, once again, the pawn play. You must push forward your pawns, they create space, they create targets, and after them you send in the pieces. So this is what Nepomniachtchi is doing. He wants to play knight c3, and I think, Katie, probably he wants to also include h3, because one of the common moves here, one of the common problems for black here is this unfortunate placement knight on d7. So maybe black is thinking in the very near future to play knight g4, knight e5. Probably I'm already reaching here, so Swidler is choosing between the obvious move bishop g7 or maybe even knight g4, knight e5, knight e5. Probably not.
Yeah, that's a good explanation why bishop b5 has been played at the very early, and then bishop to e2, because the knight on d7 is not placed well. And Arthurs, we asked our viewers on YouTube and also on Twitch, who do you think is the favorite in this match? And it is very, very close call because it's like not big difference to 50%. Most of our viewers think that Peter Swidler is a slight favorite in this match, but Jan Nepomniachtchi's believers are also very active, and they also believe that Jan is in a very good shape.
Kitty, do you believe that their first result in the first half of the tournament matters? Because remember, Nepomniachtchi won the first game with the black color, right? Do you think it matters for Swidler? Is it somewhere at his subconscious knowledge, or he is not thinking about it at all?
Usually it matters very much, the personal results. We all the chess players, we have the history with the other players, right? We know who's the leader, we remember the last games. But to be honest, Arthurs, they have played so many games so far, 12 rounds. I think they are not really considering anything like that at this point.
All right, and now our engine here is screaming there were a couple of missed opportunities for both players. Mm-hmm. Not really sure what was going on, but this is really interesting. So remember this moment when I said, so why play bishop e2 and d3 with the idea to put the Maroczy bind of c4, knight c3? This essentially doesn't mean that white is not going to play d4 in a near future. And exactly after g4, c4, b5, Swidler decided to play it out a bit aggressively. Knight c3, rook b8, for some reason there's a missed opportunity. I don't know why, but now look at this. So Nepomniachtchi suddenly changes the structure of the game again.
Yeah, and the last moves that the engine pointed out that are not so great, they also seems quite logical move for a human being here, right? For our eyes to activate the pieces, to centralize the pawns and control a lot of squares there. Right now, after b4, knight d5, the pawn on e4 was hanging, but Peter did not even consider to take this pawn on e4.
Maybe if we simplify what was happening here without delving too much why these moves were good or bad, I think that black is slightly behind development. So Swidler is gambling, he plays b5, rook b8, and he tries to organize some counterplay at the queen side, and Nepomniachtchi senses that the black king is still stuck in the center. And taking this into account, it only makes sense that you open up the position. And it also is a pawn sacrifice, because after b4, knight e5, he says, you can have my pawn on e4, because let's say after knight e4, I'm not sure what was his idea, probably something like rook e1, open up the e file, and the king on e8 here is feeling a bit in danger, right? So that's why Swidler did not even consider this at all. The pawn on e4 is not really so important, and he played bishop g7 because he has to rush with development.
And engine approved this move, bishop to g7, to make sure that black's king is well developed. Knight f6 is very interesting move, because usually you don't capture the knight on f6 from d5, because knight on d5 is way more active. But here, I believe white's idea is that if black captures with a knight, to push pawn e5 and to get more and more space advantage. And after if we make it on the board like e5, pawn takes e5, here first of all we can consider to take on c5, but after pawn takes e5 and knight, yeah, that's also a possibility, knight e5 with knight c6 threat. But here the point can be that after d takes e, knight d7, e6 might be something that white is considering here.
This is a very common pawn sacrifice to shatter black's pawn structure, then threaten with knight g5 and all kinds of problems. Could be. It definitely could be. I think that also my idea that I mentioned here, knight takes on e5, makes perfect sense to also investigate, because it threatens with knight c6 and black still has no time to castle short. This is pretty dangerous, and that's precisely the reason why Swidler takes bishop takes on f6, because he recognizes white's threat of e4, e5, quite a serious one.
That's right, bishop f6. Is there a bishop h6 move now to stop black castling on short side?
Absolutely, I think this should be one of the top choices that Nepomniachtchi is looking at right now. So bishop h6, he makes sure that black cannot castle short, but he needs to also evaluate what's happening in the center. For example, something aggressive like c takes on d4, knight e4, not really sure. Queen b6 makes perfect sense to attack the knight. If the knight goes away, the pawn on b2 is under attack, the bishop retreats back, and in the end you ask yourself what exactly I'm doing with this bishop on h6. Okay, I'm not allowing the black king to castle short, but do I really have a follow-up?
That's why for the question.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Is it worth it to play bishop to h6?
Yeah, that's why for Nepomniachtchi it's not so obvious. It's not just one move. There's always a sequence of the moves. So he plays bishop h6. There needs to be a ready answer. What's going to happen after c takes, knight e4, queen b6? Am I going to sacrifice the pawn on b6? If not, then maybe I don't have to play bishop h6 here.
Very interesting. Bishop h6 is the move for sure that Jan is considering here to play or not to play. Another option can be to play bishop e3 and to hold the position together, and maybe after castle to play h4, h5 to create the weakness, just like that, to go more like a simple approach. Or if you go bishop to h6, then you have to be ready to give up some of the center and even perhaps the pawn on b2. While we have the moment here and Jan is thinking, shall we see the game of Vasily So and Vishy Anand, because Vishy is going again all in that position.
Yeah, and maybe with the hindsight that we are coming back to this game later, right? Because this is still a leader fight. We probably don't want to miss it, but this is really sharp. Probably it was some sort of Italian game, because sometimes the Italian game tends to sharpen up. Just a second, let me check. Yeah, it was the Italian game. Yeah, I guessed it correctly. So black played it aggressively at some point, g5, g4, organizing hostilities at the king side. For Anand, this is a very important game. I mean, for Wesley, obviously, the tournament so far is, disappointing, right? He started 0 points out of 4, then he sort of managed to recover. Wow, knight x on c6, Kitty. What is this? Is this a blunder by Anand? Because bishop takes on c6, white wins upon
Knight.
queen takes on g4.
Wait, queen g5, can we play it to attack the knight on d2 and to cover the knight on g4?
Just a second.
Why
Can I
don't
go
like
back?
this move?
Can I go back for a moment just to see? So this was the moment Anand played g4. I guess the problem was knight f5 check. You have to stop that. g4, h takes, knight g4, knight takes on c6. No, I think this is a sacrifice. It's not a blunder. So Anand simply saw that he has nothing better to do than give up the pawn. As you said, queen g5, Kitty, activating the pieces. Knight a7 and queen e2.
Ooh, knight a7. Wait, Arthurs, we have to once again remember their first game where Vishy Anand sacrificed knight, rook, and the queen in one game against Wesley. So in this position, Wesley should be a bit careful to allow Anand to do the same job. But now the question which comes to my head is not this knight on a7 just a little bit trap?
A little bit is probably the right word. Now it goes back, knight c6. Look at this. So bishop c6, white still plays queen takes on g4, so it seems that Wesley is doing good here. And Anand, at the end of the day, I think he's simply down a pawn, right? Queen takes on g4, queen g5. Here the Indian chess legend is trying to stop the bleeding. Yeah, he has suffered a couple of losses in a row, and right now things don't look very good to him.
Things not looking very good. Arthurs, we have to go back in the game of Nepo and Peter, because those are the games of two leaders, very important, and we have this position that we were asking for.
Yeah, I guess it was very principled, because at the end of the day, if here, after bishop takes on f6, Nepomniachtchi doesn't play bishop h6, the question is, what does he do? Because he simply acknowledges that there is no advantage for him after the opening. So this was a forced sacrifice, at least in Nepomniachtchi's eyes. He understands that this game is very important. He has to stop the leader. He sacrifices pawn on b2. Look at this, and Swidler is not even accepting. And instead of grabbing the pawn on b2, he plays bishop b7.
That's right, Arthurs, and it's worth to mention that Jan Nepomniachtchi spent 3 minutes and 44 seconds for bishop h6. This is the rapid tournament, 10 minutes plus only 5 seconds, and he spent almost 4 minutes for this move. So it was the moment, very important moment for sure. Talking about bishop to b2, don't you think that White's idea was to sacrifice the exchange and to play knight e3?
Oh, I'm not really sure. Maybe you're right. I mean, bishop
Engine
a1.
is not improving.
Queen a1, attack the rook h8, knight e5. Maybe you're right, Katie. Maybe this was indeed Nepomniachtchi's idea. But Svidler is saying maybe the pawn on b2 is not going anywhere. Instead, he develops a full piece, bishop b7. Now the pawn on e4 is under attack, and it's quite difficult to defend, because you can't play f3. The king is pinned.
But bishop b2 was not also... There's another point here. After bishop b2, you can play rook to b1, and I'm getting the pawn on b4, but anyway.
We have to move on already. The game is evolving very quickly. So this is the current position here. All right, so it seems that Swidler decided not to accept the pawn sacrifice. So he had a couple of ways to do it. He could take the pawn on e4. He could take the pawn on b2. He decided not to do it. e6.
Okay. Not so great move, according to the engine. Bishop to f3 to hold the pawn on e4. Black's king cannot castle yet.
Yeah, but the question is not Swidler playing it too safe, right? Because he did not win the pawn, and Nepomniachtchi managed to achieve exactly what he wanted. The black king
E3.
still remains in the center. So it's a small victory for Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, the king in the center is indeed the target. b3 has been played, and Svidler is now offering the queen trade after pawn takes pawn. Queen takes b3 would be black's choice, but white went queen e2 right away.
I don't like Swidler's position. Just a second, Katie. How do you deal with knight g4 and e5 threats? The king is weak. Now it's getting weaker and weaker and weaker. The pawn on e4 here definitely cannot be taken. Look at this. I mean, knight e4 simply is a blunder. Bishop e4, knight g4, that's a double attack. I mean, you can't defend these pieces. I think that Swidler played it too safe. He should have accepted the challenge.
Yeah,
I'm not sure where.
Feeling
I'm
that
not sure
already.
Where. Should he taken the pawn on b2? Perhaps. Should he grab the pawn on e4? Maybe. He decided not to do it. Maybe he felt that this game is very, very important, right? It's a fight between two leaders. He's leading the tournament and Nepomniachtchi is very, very close. And perhaps it played a role and it could backfire. But of course, we are going to see.
That's right. Queen b3 now attacking the rook. But the question is, can white just play rook to a3, attack the queen? He's sacrificing the rook with knight to g4.
Oh.
And that's the move we like to see.
But actually, it's not even technically a sacrifice. I see it's a double exclam move, but the point is after queen a2, knight f6, king d8. This is not a sacrifice. There's always bishop g7. And it's just a technical move. Of course, I see the system awards it a double exclam move, but I mean,
it's good to see. It's always good to see. It's a pretty color.
Right. All right, bishop d4.
Bishop
I
d4.
think something like. Wait a second. Now,
very interesting. Maybe rook to d1
deal
to
with
chase
this
the
rook on
bishop.
a2? I'm sorry?
I was thinking rook to d1 to chase the bishop. The thing is that you can play rook to a3 that I was referring earlier because the pawn on b2 will hang, and black is also offering the queen trade. White should not trade here the queens, but rook to d1 simply attacks the bishop here. And take the bishop on
but
d6.
you're also leaving the rook on a2 under attack, right? And the rook takes on d4. Maybe this is the way to play.
Yeah. Knight f6, bishop g7 on the board.
All right, we have new moves. Queen d2, another double exclam move. All right, so Nepomniachtchi is definitely feeling the game here. So it was first knight g4, queen d2, second move in a row, sacrifice the rook on a2. Is there a chance that Nepomniachtchi has forgotten the rook on a2 is under attack? Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
That just doesn't care about it. This rook guards the pawn on b2, and I think this pawn at this point should not be captured by black's queen, but queen
what about
g5,
queen g5,
knight
Kelly?
f6. Yeah.
Third double exclam move in a row. Can I play queen g5 here? I mean, the rook on a2 doesn't play any role. Just sack it.
No, I was thinking queen g5 or knight f6 first, but these moves are somehow connected to each other.
And Jan is very good at these positions. He feels these positions. He calculates very, very fast. He's probably one of the fastest calculators in circuit. Knight f6, exclam move. All right, king d8.
Wait, queen a5 is another check now.
It's almost like a mate, except there's king c8. Wait, king c8, bishop g4. Can we look at this? Check.
96.
Here, bishop g4.
96.
96. And there's got to be something.
Knight d5, perhaps.
Knight d5, threading with the mate. Oh, this looks really bad. Maybe instead of this, after queen a5, there's got to be... Ah, wait, there's king e7. There's king e7, things are not really so clear. The knight is under attack, bishop g5, king f8. Not so clear. Let's see what Nepomniachtchi is going to do. He plays queen a5. I'm not sure.
1 minute 40 seconds for Nepo here, but he's really fast player.
Wait a second. What do you do after king e7, Kelly? I'm not entirely sure. I follow.
Not queen c7.
Queen c7, I take on f6. There's no mate. I think so. Wait, check. Takes. Where's the mate? Queen d6, knight e6. Where's the mate? Where's the mate? Where's the mate? I don't see any mate.
There's no mate. After king e7, there is perhaps bishop move. Bishop to g5. Oh, okay.
This allows a double check, which maybe is not anything serious. I'm not really sure why the king f8.
Wow, 96 now. This is a chance for Nepo here. Knight d5 check.
You could have played on king f8 because after bishop h6, king g8, that would be a lovely mate to
97.
the board. You choose.
Oh yeah, knight f6 too.
Yeah, which one you want?
Nice.
Yeah, maybe Swidler rushed slightly. He had 3 minutes on the clock. He's trying to apply pressure. But again, this game is all about nerves because this game ultimately might decide who's going to win the tournament, because Swidler leads the tournament and Nepomniachtchi is in the hot pursuit.
King to d7, Nepo on a move, 1 minute 40 seconds. He has to find here the final moves.
Bishop g4, bring another piece into attack.
Bishop g4.
That is played. The bar doesn't like it. Rook h to c8. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, queen c7 was a threat.
Well, this position, Katie, it feels like there's just one move, one final shot on black's position is going to collapse. But where is it? I mean, maybe rook a3, that's the move. Rook f3, also you can lift the rook on the king side, attack the pawn on f7.
You can look for bishop d1, bishop a4 ideas there too. Ooh, the engine goes on a Peter's side now.
I'm not sure I follow. Wait, there must be some sort of a tactical problem, because rook takes on f7 looks like a very, very serious move.
Is there f5 here? f5, he takes f5 and bishop d5? Because white also has some problems on the back rank at some point.
I'm not sure, Katie. It looks like black is simply getting mated here.
Oh
King
gosh,
goes
what
here.
is happening?
I mean, so many shot lines to calculate. Once again, rook f3, Swidler is trying to figure out how to deal with rook takes on f7 threat. The bar doesn't like it. Maybe there's king e8. Maybe there's a 5. You have to do these calculations very, very quickly. Maybe there's rook f8. f5 is on the board.
Okay, but Arthurs, what happens after rook c3, bishop c3, knight b6, but then our queen is also hanging, so that's not working. f5 is a good move and has been played.
I guess e takes on f5 will be played, but now I think that Nepomniachtchi has slightly misplayed it. Which probably is... Okay, this is leading to something dramatic here. Just a second. Let's just follow this. It's very difficult to keep up with the analysis, because there's a huge amount of lines to calculate in a matter of seconds. These players are doing it obviously a lot faster than we do. After f5, it seems that Nepomniachtchi, at least by the body language, he doesn't like what he's seeing. Now he realizes that perhaps his attack, which was looking so good, no longer is looking as promising. E takes on f5. What Katie is it? Queen takes on d5, I guess?
Maybe queen d5, yeah. Maybe just queen takes d5, offering queen trade. Oof, what a game. And he doesn't have much of the moves here. 30 seconds. He has to make a move. Not very easy decision. Too many pieces are hanging. Do you want to take the pawn on f5? I think that's the most practical chance here. Or you have to play knight f6 first.
You have knight f6, you have e takes on f5, you have all kinds of... Maybe you even have something like rook h3, and you have to calculate all of this in a matter of seconds. So the question is, what Nepomniachtchi is going to choose? Big moment here.
Rook
Whoa,
f5?
he sacrificed a rook. Rook takes on f5 and bishop takes on f5.
Wow,
Oh my goodness.
out of all this move, he decided to sacrifice the rook for 2 pawns. But his position is amazing. A lot of pieces are inactive. 3 minor pieces and the queen. Somehow Peter
Swidler
feels
is like,
that it's
oh,
his
here we
choice.
go. I didn't expect this move. I look at his body language. He's like, what is this? Rook takes on f5, bishop takes on f5. I'm sure he didn't expect this move, because Petra was calculating e takes on f5, he was calculating b3, he was calculating knight f6. What on earth is rook takes on f5?
He's not calculating this for sure. Indeed. Wow. What is a threat, Arthurs? I don't see a threat here.
Maybe there's even no threat, but it's very difficult to make the next move. I mean, maybe the threat is... What is the threat? Knight f6 check? Queen b5, queen a2. There's the threat, Katie. Threatening queen e6, bishop e6, all kinds of threats. I mean, Petra is definitely feeling the heat here. The bar says, ladies and gentlemen, black is slightly better. It does not matter. It does not matter. Is this going to be a trap on repetition?
Moves?
They might just repeat the position right here.
Yeah. No, guys, please don't do that to us. Queen a5.
I mean, I would not be surprised. Look at the Nepomniachtchi stare at the Swidler. Really?
Wow.
We are going to make a
draw. I
draw
would take
here?
it with both hands, this repetition, if I were Nepo. Wow, they're repeating it! No!
I think it's going to be a draw. I mean, it's too risky. It's too risky for both players, and they also sense that it's a fight for the win in the tournament, because if you misplay it, if you blunder this, you might screw up your chances in the overall ranking. So that's why also for Nepomniachtchi, continuing to fight this would be crazy, right? And that's why you see, I mean, he's unhappy, but I think he should be actually pretty happy with his draw here.
Yeah, draw.
That's a draw.
What a crazy game. I think this was the most exciting day of today. Nepo storming out. Peter is smiling. I think for Peter it might be a good decision here. He survived. He survived in this game. His king was struggling big time.
Right, and which game, Kitty, you'd want to follow? Just to give you, dear viewers, a heads up, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has beaten Vladimir Kramnik.
Yeah, let's focus the game of Vasily against Vishy. This is a big fight here. Where we have the rooks and the obstacle bishops on the board.
In the first round robin, Anand beat Wesley. So here Wesley is looking, having better chances. Remember, we already had a look at this game previously. Wesley had an extra pawn. At the moment, it seems that it's gone. Yeah, it's not there yet. I mean, the pawn on g5 is under attack. You could take it any given moment. But the thing is, if Anand would take on g5 immediately, right here, right? Rook takes on g5, rook g5, bishop g5. The pawn on g2 is under attack. That's why Wesley here plays rook g4 with, I guess, an idea to push the pawn on c6 at some point later. Maybe bishop b4, c6 something.
That is right. King d5 now. This is not very liked move because now there is a check with the bishop and somewhere there will be bishop e6 move.
Rook takes on g5 should be a pretty safe move, so I don't think that Anand already can trade rooks. This looks like to be a losing obstacle. Bishop endgame, rook d8 check is necessary. King c3 and try to go for super activity. Rook d3, rook a3, try to activate your pieces and maybe push for the b pawn.
Yeah, that's here the chance for black.
Bishop b4 is a safe move just in case, protect the pawn on c5. Yeah, this looks to be lost for Anand. So unfortunately for Indian fans, I'm so sorry to say it, doesn't look like Vishy is going to stop the bleeding in this game because the day 3 of the Levitov chess week has started terribly for the Indian chess legend. Now, here Wesley simply has 2 extra pawns and also the pawn on c6 is going to march towards the queens.
King to d5 right now. There is a check. King e5 and bishop to c5 can be another follow-up here. Black's king is pushed too far now and white can safely start to push the c pawn. And we have.
And there's the resignation from the Indian superstar. Very, very disappointing, of course, for Vishy, but Wesley is finding his momentum and keep the chances in the tournament alive.
And seems like that was the final game of this round. And we have also Grishchuk just adjusting his pieces against Boris Gelfand. Seems like Grishchuk won.
Yeah, but Grishchuk already, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Grishchuk already has won his game. Maybe we could jump very quickly to see what happened there. This is the final position between Grishchuk and Boris Gelfand. It seems that he was playing a nice game. There were no big blunders.
Just 2 extra pawn in the queen endgame, and black decided here not to suffer too much. Arthurs, I would suggest to go to the game of Kramnik and Mamedyarov. This was the first game which ended in this round, and the final position looks not so peaceful.
All right. So what was happening here? This was... How far should I actually go? A second. Okay, we did not see this game at all. Let me replay the final moves. It seems that Mamedyarov was just having a great game with a strong bishop on b2 with great attacking chances. Kramnik tried to muddy up the waters. Mamedyarov accepted the piece. Bishop g7, nice move, threaded with a fork. Queen f5, knight f6. Yeah, it seems that Mamedyarov just, again, calculated, cold-blooded all the lines, and there was nothing that Kramnik could have done. So, beautiful game by the Azerbaijani grandmaster.
Yeah. Very nice game played by Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Let's take a look now at the standings after 12th round and check it out. who are the closest people who can catch up Jan Nepomniachtchi and Peter Swidler. We have Peter Swidler leading the tournament on the day 3 with half a point ahead of Jan Nepomniachtchi. Then we have Levon Aronian. We have to mention that Levon has played one extra game against Kramnik just before that everyone else played. They played one extra game. And then we have Shahriar Mamedyarov, Daniel Dubov getting very close to the leaders. Arturs, we had a lot of fight today in this round, and the game that still is in my mind is the game of Peter and Jan.
Yeah, probably the most nervous game. It was going up and down, so we could have a very, very quick look at these final moments, right? I mean, the players definitely felt the heat, and on the line, on the stakes of this game was the leadership in the tournament, because Peter Swidler was the leader of the tournament, and Jan Nepomniachtchi was in hot pursuit with half a point. And apparently here after a 95 queen d7, here Nepomniachtchi had very good winning chances. He missed a beautiful move, bishop d1, so that the bishop joins at a queenside bishop a4 check, which would have given him a winning attack. Instead, he played bishop g4, tried to bring the bishop from the another diagonal, rook c8. Now suddenly the game is very unclear. And here, after queen c4, rook f3, engine marks this as a mistake. Clearly, f5 was a brilliant move, which was missed by Nepomniachtchi. The game is a complete mess. And rook takes on f5, Katie. This move clearly unsettled Swidler, because you could see it in the camera. He could not calculate the consequences of this very sharp sacrifice so quickly. And that's why here, after queen b5, queen a2, queen c4, the players found a way to repeat the position. Well, Engine says he could have continued just to play on with something like queen b3, and apparently white has no serious threats, but it's easy to say.
Yeah, it's easier to say than to done. And there's also another suggestion here by Engine to play bishop to c6 instead of queen to b3. And that can give us the variation rook to c1 now to attack the queen. And we have queen c1, bishop c1, and bishop d5, a very strong and powerful move. Take the rook on c1, bishop takes c1, and bishop to d5, opening up the c-file for the rook. And white has to move this bishop away, bishop to b2 perhaps. And after that move, bishop c4, black holds big advantage.
All right. Anyway, it was a very, very exciting game. So it only means that it's not very clear who is going to win the tournament, because the tournament is wide open. Swidler still leads the tournament with half a point, but it just takes one game and things could change rapidly.
That's right. The next round starts in about 13 minutes. You guys don't go anywhere, because you might miss some madness here in this Levitov Chess Week tournament. So please don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly. Day 3 at Levitov Chess Week 2023 is in progress, and so far we have seen only exciting chess, a lot of sacrifices, blunders, some dramas, and some of very well played games. In the studio, we are here for you, Arturs and Katy. Arturs, welcome back. And the game that we're going to focus now for this round is Anand versus Nepo, because those are the leaders' game. Can you please tell us a little bit about these two players?
So what to tell? I mean, Nepomniachtchi clearly is one of the favorites to win the tournament. He's the 2019 tournament edition winner. This event is happening for the second time. First, it was organized back in 2019. Again, 3 years and nothing was happening. Now it's coming back. The main organizer, Ilya Levitov, is organizing this tournament in a friendly manner, in a very nice place, Waldorf Astoria 5-star hotel in Amsterdam. But speaking about Anand, it's quite shocking, Katy, to see that the former world champion has started today pretty badly. I mean, I'm not even sure what's the right word, because for Anand, it's 3 losses in a row. And you could already sense some alarm bells in his game against Mamedyarov, because you don't see very often when Anand with the white collar doesn't get out of the opening, and yet it happened. I'm not sure what happened there, Katy. Did he mix up his opening? Perhaps, but he lost the game with the white collar convincingly. Then came the last round against Wesley. So he got out of the opening, down a pawn, and in the end he was outplayed again. So Anand desperately needs to stop the bleeding here, and this game is going to be, of course, of utmost importance for the tournament.
That's right. And the previous game between these two players ended in a favor of Vishy Anand. But what we have seen so far today, it's not his day. He has suffered so far with 3 losses, while Nepomniachtchi seems to be in a good shape, even to hold the positions, very difficult positions that we have seen. Let's take a look now, the standings once again, to check it out. Who is the leader and who are those players who can catch up with Peter Swidler? Peter has 5.5. Amazing tournament so far. He has only lost 1 game and won a lot of games, 7 games made, 4 draws. Nepomniachtchi is the closest to Peter. Then we have Levon, Shak, and Daniel trying to catch up. Let's now take a look at the playing venue to see what is happening in the playing venue. Who are the players at the board right now? And Arturs, we can once again talk a little bit about the prize fund.
And the prize fund, of course, is one of the main reasons why the players are here, because in total it's 130,000 euros overall, and the top prize is 40,000. The second place is half less, 20,000, and in case it's gonna go to a tie after 18 rounds, there's going to be a playoff, right? The special blitz games are going to be played out. Actually, I hope this is going to happen. And the way, Katy, it looks like how this tournament is progressing, I think right now the main favorites to win the tournament, they're obviously the leaders, Peter Swidler and Nepomniachtchi. At the moment, I don't really see anybody being close, but of course, things can change very quickly. One unexpected loss, and there you go.
That's right. We have seen some of the handshakes right now and some of the talks and chat with of the chess spectators who are right now gathering in the hotel Astoria in Amsterdam. We have information that it's a really lovely day in a beautiful city of Amsterdam, and we are already receiving the first moves. Here we have the handshake as well.
All right, and Nepomniachtchi is playing against Anand with black. Of course, e4, Anand sticks to his main continuation, c5, knight f3, e6. Nepomniachtchi basically sends a message, I'm here for blood. And Anand c3, maybe this means that he simply wants to stop the bleeding, because the Alapin has quite a peaceful reputation, right? And here, d5 very quickly responded by Nepomniachtchi, looking for the most sharpest fight. I think that Anand actually wouldn't really mind a peaceful outcome of this game. Because when you
Yeah.
lose 3 games in a row, Kitty, I mean, you sort
want
of
to
lose the
draw.
confidence.
You want to draw at some point and be very, very solid. We asked our viewers on YouTube and Twitch, who do you think will win this round between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vishy Anand? And the majority of the viewers think that Jan Nepomniachtchi is a slight favorite with black pieces in the first round between these two players in the match. Anand won the game, but that happened the first day when Anand was in his best shape.
Yeah, but now the context is completely different, right? So Nepomniachtchi did not yet find his pace, and he finished the first day with 2 points out of 5, 2 victories, 3 losses. Then the second day he won 4 victories, 4 games in a row, managed to climb to the leader spot. Anand, in the meantime, was unable to keep the pace. So right now the situation has dramatically changed. Now the question here is what Anand is going to continue. I think one of the main moves here is Bishop F4. No, Anand plays something else. A3.
A3 to avoid some sort of knight before knight d5 jumps to blockade the pawn on d4, which is isolated. Perhaps now after castle, Anand will develop the bishop on g5, or f4 is also possible. And there we might see some... Oh, bishop c2. He's going bishop c2, queen d3 battery. So look for the king side.
Yeah, this is the classical IQP, the isolated queen's pawn structure. The pawn on d4 is isolated, and now the big question is it a strength or is it a weakness? I mean, if black manages to trade a lot of pieces, like the light square bishops, a couple of knights, keep on the board, let's say dark square bishop on e7 against white's dark square bishop on c1, and block this pawn, then indeed black can take over the game. White did create a battery of the bishop on c2 and the queen on d3. He's thinking about organizing a kingside attack. And one of the rules, Kerry, in these positions is as soon as black plays g6 to make this battery not look good, then white can improve the bishop, position it on b3, because this gives white more targets.
That's right. Then at some point, knight can jump on g5 or knight can jump on e5 to have some sort of sacrifices on f7. The bishop, as you mentioned, will look on e6 pawn. And black's bishop from c8 perhaps will develop on b7, because that's what Jan Nepomniachtchi has started in this position. And Arthur, the rooks will stand on e file and d file. And I think white, Anand has very good chances to launch a nice kingside attack.
Yeah, normally white is not thinking about d4, d5, because if he does this, it creates a lot of trades in the center and white gets nothing out of this. So I think that Anand wants to keep the queens on the board. Maybe right now play bishop b3. For example, bishop b3 threatened with something like, I don't know, remove the queen. And then if you open up this diagonal, then the bishop on b3 can attack the pawn on f7 and create some mating nets. But again, you have to calculate what happens. Let's say black continues with knight a5, bishop a2, knight e5, because essentially what black is trying to do, he's trying to block this d pawn and try to trade as many pawns, because at the end of the day, maybe the pawn on d4 becomes a weakness.
That's right. Trading the pieces will be such a great opportunity for Jan Nepomniachtchi. First of all, it will be less pieces for his king in attack, and also to play against the isolated pawn in the end game is much better. Rook to f2 e1 just happened. This is so nicely developed pieces of white, and now at this point Anand might be already starting some sort of threats here. It really depends what black will play. Bishop to b3, rook to e6 ideas, knight g5. Queen can also get on e2 at this point to have also to keep the eye on e6 square. A lot of things. Knight can also jump on e5. I love this position with white.
I think if I was Nepomniachtchi, I would be very careful here not to get in immediate trouble. So perhaps bishop f8, perhaps knight g4. I'm not really sure. So this bishop on h6 looks to be quite annoying. A bishop f8 would allow black to reinforce the control of the center with something like knight e7, knight e5. Not really sure. Let's say bishop g5, bishop g7, and now d5 could be a problem, because you see black cannot really take it because there's a pin, right? Something like rook d8. Maybe there's another way to exploit this pin. So bishop f8, bishop g5 is something that If black doesn't have a satisfactory answer, maybe don't play bishop f8 at all. Now the question is how black is going to occupy the d5 square. Because this is what you're supposed to do if you're playing with black.
That's very tough because the square on b4 is controlled by a3 pawn, and other moves like knight e5 and then knight e5 is way too far. Bishop to f8 is the move, I think, Arturs, that Jan played.
All right, so bishop f8 stands. I'm pretty sure that Anand is thinking about bishop g5 here. I like his position.
Yeah.
I like his position because it seems that Anand has gotten after the opening exactly what he wanted. So bishop g5 is played. Now the question is, if Nepomniachtchi here plays bishop e7, imagine a scenario he plays bishop e7. Is Anand so unhappy with his performance that he's ready to repeat the position with the bishop h6, bishop f8?
No, please don't. No, I can't believe that. This is such a great position for the isolated pawn. You could not have more.
I don't believe it myself as well. But then again, I mean, he has lost the 3 games in a row, right? So, and this is what we call stop the bleeding, right? And you basically want any result which is not a loss.
Yeah.
Because when you suffer 3, 4, 5 losses in a row, I mean, you desperately need to stop this.
Yeah, I agree with that. But Arthur, there was the day one when Wesley So was suffering so much with all the loss, like right now Anand does. But guess who was the player who gave the point to Wesley So? That was Jan Nepomniachtchi, lost against Wesley. So maybe Anand is considering that as an opportunity for him, and he perhaps wants to play and win.
Anyway, we are never going to get the answer because h6, bishop h4 is on the board. Now bishop e7 makes no sense, and I think that black is simply not going to be in time to play bishop g7 and knight e7. The way it looks like is that Nepomniachtchi has simply misplayed the opening big time, because now after bishop g7, this is asking for some immediate breakthrough in the center.
Yeah, d5
can I do it right now?
Move.
And try to punish this.
It's just too many things are getting traded. Knight d5 and bishop to d8 to avoid the knight c7 happening.
I mean, still could be something there. I'm not entirely convinced. I mean, I did say that normally white doesn't want to play d5, but that is trading the queens. Here, there's not going to be a queen trade, so something like d5 and followed by bishop f6, knight e5 is something I would definitely consider here. Maybe there's also bishop a4.
I love bishop a4 more, to be honest, rather than to give up to trade the pawns here on d and e file. And there's another move, queen to e3 as well. So to step aside from the file, and you are looking to h6 pawn. This is a weakness here in this position, right? And for instance, after knight e7, white can also always consider to take the knight on f6 and take the pawn. And there's also knight e4 sort of threats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's knight e5 move.
Big decision for Anand here because he probably senses that Nepomniachtchi has misplayed it. If you look at Nepomniachtchi's body language, you also can definitely tell he's not happy.
That's right. Anand is taking his time. He has 6 minutes to play, and he has to perhaps make very, very important decision now.
He did play d5, just as I suggested. Yeah, there's definitely some pressure. Bishop f6, knight e5. The bar doesn't like it. It says there was something better. Knight e5. You cannot take on b2 because it drops the exchange on c7. This is an attack. One attack here, second move here. But maybe there's a move which keeps everything together. Something like
queen d8.
Something like either bishop e5 or queen d8. Indeed.
Yeah. So these two threats can be avoided. Also, bishop to d8 can be considered here, queen to d8, and to put pieces together. If here Jan Nepomniachtchi survives in next 2 moves, he'll be just fine.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Apparently, Anand has rushed with e5, and if I switch on the Silicon Beast, what was it recommending? Knight e4. exploiting the spin. And if you play g5, oh, it's not even a victory. Knight f6, queen f6. Oh, he just opens this diagonal. White continues a very strong attack. This is what the Silicon Beast suggests, what you should have continued. Actually, this knight e4, Kitty. It makes perfect sense, right? But for some reason, Anand didn't like this.
Yeah, I was also worried about knight a5 move here. Like if I don't push the pawn on g5 and weaken the light squares, what is really happening here?
Yeah, now there's knight e5. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This was a missed opportunity for Anand. What happens here is that queen d8 is a great move found by Nepomniachtchi. I like this move much more than bishop d8 because the bishop on d8 has nothing to do. You won't give your bishops open diagonals. And like you said, Kitty, if Nepomniachtchi here is going to survive for the next couple of moves, he's going to be completely fine.
That's right. And the other game has ended, Dubov versus Swidler, and that game ended in a draw. This is second game in a row where Dubov is making draws in the opening, and that's also the chance for Jan Nepomniachtchi to catch up with Peter.
Maybe it's also a good result for Petr, because, I mean, Petr just survived a very scary game against Nepomniachtchi. Remember this crazy rook sacrifice? I mean, you could feel the tension that Swidler was very, very nervous, because you don't often miscalculate something. You don't often miss. And that's why he decided to repeat his position. You could definitely sense the tension there. And after such a high tension game, he probably felt, okay, I mean, draw, even with the white color, fine. Let's just calm down. Let's just collect the nerves, and everything is fine.
Yeah, that's right. Vasily walking right now on the background together with Shahrir Mamedyarov. These two ended the game in a draw. We can see that Jan Nepomniachtchi is focused on the other games too. That also shows that some of the pressure that he had on the board is gone.
I think I saw. Was there a draw offer? It looked like
from Jan?
From Anand, maybe not. I'm not really sure. It looked like there was a verbal discussion. Probably not. Doesn't really matter. Queen d7 is played. I guess you could have played. Obviously, you could have played rook d8 because the rook on d1 is defended. You just grab the bishop on b7. And if you play something like queen c7, rook d7, or rook d6, it seems that white is safe.
Seems like, yeah, but still some moves to be done before the storm passes here in this position.
I guess you can just play queen e7, queen e7, queen e7, knight e7. And if white penetrates the 7th rank, bishop takes on f3. I guess rook takes on e7, and there's no way white is risking anything here.
Can we take the bishop first instead of knight? Bishop to take on bishop, and then bishop to b3. That can't create some threats on f7 pawn.
Maybe knight c6, bishop b3, knight e5, and
rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7, knight f3, knight g5. I'm not really sure, but I think this position is just level, and I think I was right that at the end of the day, Anand is simply looking to stop the bleeding here, right? He needs to regain the confidence after 3 losses in a row. Draw probably is fine for the Indian chess legend, and I'm not really sure if Nepomniachtchi is very happy with this, but probably he doesn't really mind, because again, can you outplay such a chess legend as Anand on demand with the black color? But he's going to try bishop a6. He tries to complicate the matters. Now the question is, what happens, Katie, after? Is there rook d6?
Rook d6 seems to be the move. However, after queen to,
I mean, it's winning a piece, no?
4. Wait,
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it is. There's rook to d8. Is it rook d8?
Whoa!
It's not.
And why it's not? Because it's simply dropping a piece. Okay.
Oh no!
And there's no rook d1 check. Okay, wait just a second. Let's go back here for a moment. Rook d6.
Is that happened?
Apparently, black has 95 here.
95, okay.
95, okay. Easy peasy. Yeah, 95, rook f6, 97, black is fine. All right, all right. So, by the way, rook d6 is on the board. So this is exactly what's on the board. Rook d6, 95, rook f6, 97, rook d6. I think this game is going to be a draw.
This game seems to be peaceful. Let's switch to the game of Boris Gelfand and Vladimir Kramnik. This seems to be very thematic and also interesting endgame. Bishop versus knight in the rook endgame.
Right, these are the former World Championship challengers of year 2012. Kramnik played against Gelfand, the World Championship match. You might remember, dear viewers, this is when Boris had his best chances to become the world champion.
Yeah, and the first game between these two players in this tournament, Levitov chess week, ended in a victory of Boris Gelfand. And also in this game, he is the one who is pushing the pawn forward.
All right, c7. White has a very strong pass pawn.
Right, knight f4 is a blunder here. After that, pawn takes f4 and rook to d8 is inevitable. And you can just resign here in 2 moves.
Yeah, you cannot do that.
Black needs this knight to cut the d file and then to control c file with the rook.
Can I play king f7 here?
Yeah, this is quite decent move, king to f7. And then
You're gonna play bishop e5 because there's gonna be a fork. Now let's say I play something like rook c1, rook c8, bishop e5, and it appears that white is still pressing here. Yeah, this pawn on c7 can eat some monster, right? And white is threatening with rook c6 as well.
Yeah. Okay, it makes a lot of sense. After rook c6, you can take the pawn on a6, but black cannot take the pawn on c7 because this can be pinned. Maybe you can show that on the board while we are waiting for the moves to be played.
Which move?
Bishop e5 has been played yet first.
Yep. King f2, king f7, and bishop e5. All right, so you're gonna take on c7. There's gonna be rook c1. Yeah, or even rook d7, what I'm talking about. Even rook d7 is a move. You just collect the piece on the spot. You cannot do that. All right, so Gelfand is doing well. He won the game in the first round. Now, once again, he appears to be pressing. For Kramnik, the tournament is not really going so well. He already has finished. This is basically for him, Kerry, the final game of today because round 14, Kramnik already has finished against Aronian. In case you joined our broadcast at the very beginning, you could see the game was already being played out. It was a up and down game where Kramnik had played almost a flawless game until a time trouble, but then he misplayed it. And in the next round, we are going to show it you more in detail what happened there. The main reason is that Kramnik is going to play the Champions Chess Tour A Cup later today. And,
that's right, Arthur's. I have huge respect to Boris Gelfand because I really love his books. A huge fan of that. And in one of the events at the World Rough Blitz, my room and his room were side to side, and I usually like to listen to music loud before I go to my chess counter to, you know, hype up a little bit. And I had no headphones with me, so I had the music very loud in my room. I was getting ready, and there was sort of like ritual. But then I learned that Boris Gelfand lives the next room, and that from that moment I was like so shy to do the same. I just decided to go low with the music because I don't want it to disturb before the game, before the day started. So yeah, when I see Boris Gelfand playing the chess tournament at this level, that even increases more, respect for me to this personality.
All right. By the way, here an interesting moment happened after g4. F takes on g4 was played by Gelfand. I think the idea is if he would have played something like king e7 to get the king closer to the pawn, here g takes on f5 would be an issue, because after e takes on f5, rook takes on d5, the knight is ganging, and if you play g takes on f5, suddenly rook g1 becomes very, very strong. And now this rook penetrates the 7th rank, and that's precisely the reason why in the game f takes on g4, f takes on g4 was played, because now black a little bit better controls an open f-file.
Yeah, that's right. But here's the thing, that after king to e7, if this king gets on d7, still it's not threatening to capture the pawn on c7 because its knight is pinned. So that gives white some time to perhaps activate the king on the king side. Like, I was thinking about h4, h5 to create another weakness, but Boris Gelfand here goes with rook to c1.
h4, h5 makes perfect sense. Yeah, I was also considering rook d1, rook d3, rook h3, just as I was drawing this. Rook c1 was played by Gelfand, stopping rook c6 threat, king d7. Now the question is, where's the follow-up?
I really don't understand the idea of rook to c1 here, to be honest.
Maybe he's going to repeat the position with rook d1 and go back.
Okay, yeah.
Not really sure, because I think this king on c6 feels a bit better than on e7. Let's say rook d1, king c6. Now knight c7. Is knight c7, by the way, a threat? Maybe not. There's suddenly rook d6 ideas. Maybe white is thinking about sacrificing this pawn in order to activate his pieces. For example, think about something like, maybe yours get h4 right now. h4.
I like this move, h4, h5 to create the...
Yeah, check. Here, and something like, not really sure, rook d7, go for some super activity.
That's right. Meanwhile, the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vishy Anand ended in a draw. So far, we have 3 games down and 2 games in progress, and those 3 games were draw.
All right, so we have 2 more ongoing games. It's this one, and the second game is Aronian against Alexander Grishuk. Shall we have a peek very quickly what's happening in that game, and then go back to this game? What do you think?
Yeah, let's do that very quick.
All right. Oh, and we just joined with the double exclam move.
Good timing. Let's have the board on the screen to check out what is the move.
So and apparently, what was happy to sacrifice an exchange on b5. I mean, like in Tigran Petrosian style, knight b5, c takes on b5. This would give white 2 very strong passed pawns. Also an outpost on c4. And at this level, I think that for Grishuk, this was obviously the case, that you don't accept such an exchange. He just played rook a6, and now black played rook b8.
All right, rook to b8 has been played here, and we can see the ending goes to the black side here for whatever reason. But this move, rook to b8, is not white planning to play rook to h8 and then another rook to penetrate on the 8th rank?
Sure, I think that for black is a bit easier to play, because if black manages to play knight c6, knight e4, this knight on d4 is a really powerful piece. The bishop on f1 for white doesn't do much. It's just protecting the pawn on c4. Rook b5, another exchange sacrifice on b5. So Aronian says, you didn't accept my first rook on b5. How about the second one? Look at
this. Is it again amazing move to play rook to b5? Wow.
And again Grishuk declines. I mean, look at this. That's really nice. So 1 rook was offered on b5 to sacrifice. Grishuk said no. Now Aronian tries the second rook. Once again black says no. Yeah, but at the end of the day, how does white make any progress? Yeah, because black has built a fortress, a literal fortress here.
That's right, Arthurs. I was thinking maybe some more knight to b3. We were talking about the light square bishop to b. Another perfect move here, bishop e2.
Yeah, bishop e2 improving the bishop. g4, I guess he's seeking targets. h4, black probably is going to respond with g5. You don't want to open the bishop on c3.
Another great move here by Aronian. 4 moves in a row. What's happening, Arthurs?
What's happening is that he leaves the rook on b5 under attack. Oh, there you go. Aronian removes it, and now he's ready to jump it with an h1, rook h1, rook h7, finding new targets. Both players are below 30 seconds, plus 5 seconds per every made move. Grishuk is trying to hold on. He would love to get the knight on d4, but at the moment it's impossible to do it.
Yeah, knights are way too far.
Aronian is trying to wait a crash through.
Yeah, and he somehow just dominating on the board. Rook to b5, another.
He's back at it. He's back at it
now.
again.
Come
there
on.
you go. I mean, Aronian could spam these brilliant moves
Collecting the
here.
great moves.
You could just spam them left and right. I mean, play bishop d3, rook b8, rook b5, his double exclam move, make another random move, then rook b5, double exclam move, make a new record.
Yeah.
How many double exclam moves you could have potentially in a game? You have all the potential here.
Yeah, he's collected already 5. If I'm wrong, guys, just let me know.
At the moment, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 double exclam moves.
Seriously?
I mean,
12 and they ended in a draw?
I'm looking at the notation at least, right? They're marked with a special. Oh, it's a draw.
Wow. Another draw, 4 draws, 4 games down, 1 game in progress. Let's go right away of the game of 2 legends, Kramnik and Gelfand, and check it out what is happening.
I think it moved exactly where we predicted, Kerry. Gelfand sacrificed his pawn on c7 to organize these strong pass pawns at the king side. Now black is giving a lot of checks. The question is, can Gelfand continue? Because you don't want to cut off the king to the first rank. But if you go forward, it's going to be a repetition. I think he should continue. I mean, what else? King g3, rook c3 check. Kramnik has nothing better. You can see white's clock. I don't think that Kramnik has any reason to be ambitious here. The pawn on a2 doesn't matter. White's pawns are going to roll faster. Kramnik repeats.
3 seconds.
And it's a draw.
And draw. Wow. The first day so far at Levitov Chess Week when we have 5 draws. This is the only round I can recall. Correct me, guys, if I'm wrong, but this is day 3 at Levitov Chess Week 2023. We have top grandmasters, and it's quite common to have a lot of draws, but not at this event. And this is the first time ever in the round 13, then we have all the draws. It's time to take a look, Arthurs, at the standings and check it out what is happening.
Indeed, and the leader still remains the same after 13 rounds. It's Petr Swidler who is leading the tournament with 9 points. Here you see still Kramnik discussing with his opponents what happened there. But what is important is that Swidler is still the leader. Nepomniachtchi is trailing him behind by half a point, and everybody else is slightly more behind. It seems that they're not happy about something, Katie. What is it?
I think they are just, they're just calculating, and now in the end we have the smile on Kramnik's face, and of course they are going to go a little bit deep in the analysis, and this is the currently the standing versus Gelfand and Vladimir Kramnik are now on the bottom of this line up. What we have here, Daniel Dubov and Shakir Mamedyarov together with Levon Aronian are the ones who are trying to catch up Nepomniachtchi and Petr Svidler. This is very, very close tournament. 1 lost and 1 mixed victory means a lot for these players. Arthurs, now we have some time to take a closer look of the game of Aronian and once again check it out what happened, how it's possible to do 11 brilliant moves.
I think so. Let me count it once a second. Let me count it. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wow. I mean, this is a new record. I mean, basically you make 12 double exclam moves and still you can't do nothing better than just make a draw.
Yeah, that's funny. I think the what you mentioned here, rook to b5, was the key point here, which was creating this rook exchange sacrifice to work, and it seems like white cannot really access to black's position more than just this what we have now.
Indeed. All right, quite a peaceful round, but it means that we have still more action to come because round 14 is going to start in several minutes. So again, I guess, Katie, we are going to make another break.
15 minutes.
I guess.
Yeah, in 15 minutes, the game will start, but of course, we're gonna come back right before the last round for today, and we're gonna take a look at the standings. And we like to sneak in the playing venue and check it out how the players are feeling. You guys, once again, I would like to remind you that the prize fund is 130,000 euro, and the winner will get 40,000 out of it. And me and Arthur's gonna take now a very short break, then we will just come back right before the last round for today. So don't go anywhere, we're gonna see the last action of the Levitov's chess week.
See you soon.
Welcome back everyone to Amsterdam for Levitov's Chess Week 2023. This is the last game for today, and we are going to cover the game which has already happened in the studio. We're working for you, Grandmaster Keti Tazalashvili and Grandmaster Arthur's Nations. Arthur's, let's take us through to the game which has happened between Kramnik and Aronian.
Right, this was the game which was played before the start of the day 2 because Kramnik is slated to play in the CCT tournaments Division 3. That's the reason why he and Levon agreed that they're going to play it out earlier. So let's just very quickly play it out because Kramnik was having a brilliant game after the opening phase. So they played out the Najdorf. Once again, Aronian playing this sharp continuation despite the fact that he has played pretty much his entire life e4, e5 for black. And after queen f3, g4, the game was pretty sharp. But Keti, I mean, this move 98 already felt a bit weird, at least to my standards, but I guess that Aronian wanted to stop g5. Now the bishop on e7 attacks opponent g5 immediately. And h4 was a very interesting pawn sacrifice by Kramnik, which was accepted by Aronian. Queen h3, threading with a mate on h7. Black has to play g5. And from here on, it was Kramnik who continued to build up the pressure, put the knight on d5, play bishop d3, played knight e2, knight e4, and slowly but carefully he was getting to the black king. And here after rook d to g1, rook takes on h4 already is becoming very senior threat because queen g8 is a big mate. Rook f8 instead was played by Aronian. Knight e4, threading with all kinds of threats. And let me just fast forward to the critical moment, because up to this moment, here Kramnik was playing the perfect game. I mean, you can't even add nothing else. I mean, f4, brilliant move, f takes on e5, d6, queen d7, queen h2, threading with queen e5. I would actually say that it's something like 99% game. But the main problem for Kramnik was the clock. And as you can see, at this moment, he had 25 seconds on the clock to get to this position.
Yeah, and it seems like he missed some winning opportunities because of this time. And it just happened few moves after this position.
I think Kramnik from afar missed this very nice shot, getting queen h6, threatening to win the knight on f6. Now the point is that after queen g7, white actually wins with the very beautiful queen takes on f6.
Oh, beautiful. Queen takes f6 and rook to h7, checkmate.
Yeah, I think he missed this from afar, so he played just in case a safe move a3 to ensure that there's no back rank issues. And now after rook g6, queen e2, queen g7, the game suddenly got really complicated. Kramnik on seconds was unable to find the victory, and then slowly but eventually Aronian fought back and got in the game. So a couple of moves later, it was Aronian who was pressing for the victory. But again, it was a huge time scramble. Kramnik had a couple of opportunities to give up the knight on the pawn on h4. Maybe Aronian could have played it a bit more accurately at some point. He had some winning chances. He missed them, and the game in the end was finished in a draw.
Right, there was indeed a very sharp game. We just traveled in time, Arthurs, as this game happened way before then the tournament started today. Thank you so much to show us all these key moments here. Let's take a look once again at the standings, because the game will start in about 2 minutes, maybe even less. So Peter Svidler has 9 points. Jan Nepomniachtchi again is closest with 8.5, and Levon Aronian with 7.5. He is also trying to catch up, but he will not play this game as he already played. Probably he's already walking somewhere or is at home in the hotel. But Shakir, Mamedyarov, Daniel Dubov has the great chance to catch up. Now let's take a look at the playing venue as players are getting to get ready for the next round, final round for today.
Indeed. So one more game to go. You can also see Nepomniachtchi is ready. Vishy Anand has successfully stopped his bleeding because he just played a draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi greets Wesley. So also for Wesley, I think he has managed to recover after the painful start. 0 out of 4. Vishy Anand, prior to the previous game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he had suffered 3 losses in a row, and it only proves one thing. At this level, anything can happen, right? You suddenly misplay one game, then you're playing the next game against even stronger opponent, 2 losses in a row. Psychology plays a big part. And
yeah, I would say even at this level, anything can happen. Because even Super Grandmasters, when it comes to the time pressure, when it comes to the chessboards, we have seen some ups and downs. And we have here the handshake, Peter Svidler and Alexander Grishuk. And we have 1d4 on the board.
actually, Kelly, now that I look back at the tournament, I think we have had so many E4 opening repertoires, right? So many games started with
That's
E4.
right.
We saw quite a bit Nidors. We saw quite a bit Sicilian Paulsens with E6. We saw Italian game. We saw Ray Lopez. But D4 at this event, for some reason, is a rare guest.
Yeah, that's actually true. I don't know why that actually happened. Why we have seen so many fours in the tournament? Because later, I think D4 was considered to be one of the main move. I think above E4. But yeah, that's anyway the fact. But let's talk a little bit about this opening here. Peter Swidler is the leader, and for him to finalize this day as a leader is very important.
Right, so Grishuk plays Trompovsky, something which is not super popular at the highest level. The idea is to take on f6 as early as move 4, and this is exactly what Grishuk did. Speaking about the previous encounter in the first round robin, because once again, dear viewers, this is a double round robin tournament. There are 10 invited players, 9 rounds in each round robin, so everyone is playing each other twice. And in the first round, Grishuk lost to Swidler. So right now, this is for him a perfect opportunity to get some vengeance.
It is, and if these two players remember that game and that moment when the decisive result happened, that can be very personal. But they played so many games after that. I don't know if they actually have some flashbacks from that game. But Arthur's that actually happens before the first move. The moment you make the first move, you are so much focused at the current game that you are completely forgetting everything which is happening around you and you're just focused on the current position.
Yeah, probably you're right. So here what we have is black has double pawns at the king side. He has a potentially strong pawn center, also two bishops, and that's why white is trying to undermine black's center as quickly as possible. Otherwise, black is simply going to emerge as the better player out of the opening. Bishop e6, Swidler declines to take the pawn on c5 immediately and instead focuses on development of his kingside pieces.
Yeah, that's right. So here we have Grishuk playing on the increment. He has not spent any minute for the moves that he had so far played, and we can see that just spectators are visiting this tournament for all the days, and tomorrow will be the last day of the event. So guys, if you are close to Amsterdam or you're living to Amsterdam, you can take a look at the information of the playing venue and you can visit this tournament.
Indeed. c3 is played by Grishuk. I guess he doesn't want to rush to take on d5. It's a fight for the center, because now after e takes on d5, queen takes on d5, I would expect this move. Because black is dreaming about scenario to play f5, e4, take the center, and knight on f3 might have difficulties to find a good square. Then again, after queen takes on d5, Kitty, there's bishop c4. Do you allow the bishop trade or don't you? I mean, after bishop takes on d5, bishop c4 might be a move anyway.
So white is finalizing the development with that move because still the king is in the center, and then white can start to think how to attack the black's king, which is right now in the center. So black is taking some time how to recapture this pawn back. To me, it looks more natural to take with the bishop Arthur's here, rather than to get the queen too fast in the game.
I think, Kelly, it really matters what happens with these squares e4, f5, because once again, imagine some perfect scenario what white wants to achieve. White wants to block these squares, right? So picture this. I want to put the queen on c2. I want to trade the last square bishops. For example, castle is short, put the queen on f5 and play knight e4. If I manage to do that, I'm a happy camper, right? I have beautifully positioned pieces on the light squares. The bishop on c5 is really bad. Black at the same time, he wants to play something like f5, e4. Take the center because he has the central pawns while white does not. So that's why very often it's a very interesting strategic struggle. Who is going to be right? Who is going to achieve his long-term goals?
Yeah, that's indeed a very, very good question to ask yourself. And this kind of advantages can last for a long, long time, as the tactics might not be very frequent guest here in this position if white starts to outplay on the light squares. So bishop to d5 has been captured, and now Grishchuk is considering should he first develop his bishop and try to offer the bishop trade. In that case, queens will be also trade, Arthur. So after bishop c4, black can take this bishop and trade the queens, and then to play maybe king to 7. That might be more peaceful, more safe for black. To play the position without queens on the board. But if white wants to keep the queens on the board, he can first play queen to c2, which you were suggesting earlier.
Yeah, but there's also e4. This is something that you don't want to miss, right? And the question is this knight having any good retreat squares? Maybe. Not really sure. Maybe knight h4. Do you want to put the knight on h4? Perhaps. I mean, maybe there's something like queen e2, f5. Are you happy with this position? Because again, I think that white wants to block these squares, right? I see the bar really likes it for white, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced about this. And if I'm Grishchuk, I'm thinking, do I want to allow black to play e4 or don't I? And in this regard, playing something more careful like bishop d3 or queen c2 to fight for these light squares, this is something that I would definitely consider here. Maybe even queen a4.
This bishop d3 and queen c2 looks very nice, also hitting the pawn on h7. But to answer to this question, if e4 and f5 is a threat, it might be even more weaknesses for black, is not it? Then the king will be even farther exposed on the king side, and white might start to then blockade on the dark squares, these pawns. So big decision to be made here by Grishchuk, and he is burning some time from the clock, and yeah, he has to play some of these moves which we were.
But then again,
let's
look at this. Let's look at it this way. I mean, if you play bishop c4, you trade the last square bishops. You force something because these bishops here on c5, d5, they're really strong, right? But if you play bishop d3, which is just played by Grishchuk, you're leaving these bishops unattended. Right, and that's why it's again wasn't really such an obvious choice for Grishchuk, right? So he is gonna go for the blockade. That's a move that I like.
Interesting. There is this funny-looking move, bishop to a2, which I believe that it's not working. Let's take a look once again. If we're greedy people and take this pawn, how white can punish it.
I'm pretty sure, Katie, that Grishchuk has not even noticed there's a move bishop a2, right? Because this pawn on a2 appears to be not doing much at all.
Yeah, but he can notice the bishop on d3 is hanging. Let's put it in this way.
Yeah, but I mean, there's something like bishop b5 or queen e2 or queen c2. I mean, if you want to be really funny, I can also take the pawn on h7, right? I mean, your pawn for my pawn, but I mean, actually, why not? I'm just gonna grab the pawn right here.
Oh no, that's two horrible bishop moves, I think.
I mean, this is something you're never gonna see at top level, right? I mean, bishop takes on a2. This pawn on a2 doesn't appear to do anything in the grand scheme of things, right? Fighting for the control of these squares. I think that right now Swidler is looking for, indeed, more important things. He's looking for something like f5, e4. How do I control the f5 square? How do I push e4? So with queen d7 already played, I think we can expect Grishchuk to react against f5. Do something about this. I would think it's something like queen c2. Knight h4, queen f3 is another idea I would consider here.
Is this move
Oh,
queen
sorry, what
d7
queen f3? What
also?
I'm saying, there's no queen f3, just knight h4. But queen c2 looks more logical.
Yeah, queen. It looks very nice indeed. But is this queen d7 also sort of chance for black to castle on the long side? Can black consider to castle and bring the king all the way to b8 a8 and to have some safety for this king?
It definitely makes sense because with the short castle, I think the king is feeling a bit vulnerable there, especially if white gets to control these squares. For example, whatever, let's say something like queen e2 short castle. This looks like really pouring gasoline into fire, which seems to be unnecessary for black. Knight h4, bishop f5, queen h5, knight e4, even a long castle is a possibility. And now the question is why black is doing this to himself, right? Why position the king in the harm's way? So you're right, Katie. Queen d7 means the black is thinking about the long castle here, and also f5 e4.
And here Gushchuk responded with knight to e4, attacking the pawn on f6 and the bishop. So bishop e7 was played by Peter very fast, and knight to g3. And this is the knight which goes on f5.
I love this. It makes perfect sense. It's a classical clash of styles. So the players are trying to prove each other that they are right. I mean, Swidler is trying to prove that his bishop pair and the strong center, potentially strong center, is going to prevail. Grishuk is trying to prove that his two knights under control of the light squares at the end of the day will be the stronger pieces. Who's going to be right? I guess we are going to see this in a couple of moves. But you could see that Swidler is, unhappy about something. I guess he realized something is not working right for him.
Huh. Yeah, it's his turn to make the decision and to make the move here. Long castle is still possible because after bishop to f5, black is not losing the queen. There is bishop e6 to cover that threat. And Peter, I would suggest to go to check out some other game. Meanwhile, these two players are thinking, and maybe you can check out a game of Mamedyarov and Boris Gelfand because something quite unusual is happening.
Oh. All right, now that's a trivia question to you, Kitty. How did the black pawn get on g3?
Yeah, what's this?
How do you even
it came
get
from
the pawn on
f4.
g3?
I think it's the e pawn. e5, e takes f4, and f takes g3. I don't know. I would guess
you
that.
got it. I mean, there's definitely got to be a reason. So very quickly, I'm going to very quickly show you how did they get there. So it was English opening, g3. All right, they solved the system. Yes, yes. I know this. I have analyzed this many years ago. It keeps appearing and disappearing at the highest level. H3. All right, not to bore you with the details. This has been worked out, I believe, at a highest level to draw. But of course, in the rapid game, everything can happen. One of the games which immediately jumps to my mind is one of the previous candidate cycles games. Round 1, Anish Giri against Nepomniachtchi. This is what I recall immediately.
I can agree.
All right. Again, appears to be big theory here. Queen b1 must be a new move. Engine doesn't like it. Whoa. All right, that's an interesting sequence of the moves. A takes on b4, e5, bishop takes on c4, take on f4. Now the bishop on c4 is under attack, and that's how the pawn got to g3.
Well, that's a very deep theory here. If you don't know theory, you cannot survive up to this point with none of the sides. So seems like this two knows perfectly well the opening. But what is like this current position? What happens after f takes g3? How white should launch here the game?
That's a good question.
And
I guess you cannot castle short. That's going to be a surprise. Queen takes on 7 mate on the board. You cannot do that. Maybe bishop e6. Try to get rid of this bishop on d5. It's a pretty strong piece. I think that actually black is perfectly fine, despite the fact he's down a pawn. I mean, look at white's pawn structure. He has seen better days. And this extra pawn on b4 doesn't really feel. I don't really like Mamedyarov's chances here, to be honest. Unless he cooks up something immediately right here. Because maybe f takes on g3 is not the best move he could have he could be doing here. There's also, for example, I want to calculate rook takes on h7. What's happening here?
Yeah, that looks better move. Let's say rook takes, queen takes, and rook to a1.
Yeah, rook a1 check, and I play...
King
Maybe it's actually
d2.
not so bad. King somewhere.
After king e2, there's bishop g4 check.
Oh, okay, then maybe king d2.
Yeah.
You might take the pawn on f2, and I have a strong attack.
Queen g8, queen f7, and there should be checkmate in few moves.
And actually, it's not so bad, but it's not f takes on g3, Kerry. It's not f takes on g3. No, he likes f takes on g3. I thought rook takes on h7 made a bit more sense. But then again, I mean, we have looked at this position for something like, what is it, 1 minute? And Mamedyarov has been calculating quite a bit more. But I think after bishop e6, black is just fine.
Yeah, to challenge this bishop on d5, that's possible. But Arthur's, what happened? Okay, if bishop g4, is there a queen to e4 move that white can play?
Check here. And if I now play bishop e6...
I was thinking bishop b7.
No, but I mean, visually, it looks like black is perfectly fine. I mean, there's the check on a1. I could trade the rooks and then castle short. This extra double pawn for white doesn't really feel to be important. White's pawn structure is shattered. The king's a bit weak always. Something like, let's say, king f2, take on h1, queen h1, short castle. I think black is perfectly fine here. And this pawn on b4
King
most likely is
seems-
going to fall.
Yeah, king seems to be safer here, black's king, and the white's pawns are not the well structured here. So after the latest move, f takes g here, Gelfand is taking his time. He can capture the pawn on g4. He can capture the pawn on b4. Bishop e6 is another move. Only move that he cannot do is castle here.
Okay, maybe Keddy, maybe after bishop e6, there's still a rook takes on h7. You know, again, you have to calculate these things incredibly precisely. So what happens after rook takes on h7? Take it, queen takes on h7, you're gonna take on d5, that's a check. Now maybe you give a check here on a1, king f2, bishop d5. Are you sure there's no mate?
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, engine says there is no mate, of course. There's king e7, everything is good. I mean, relax, there's no mate. But okay, I mean, from afar, it's not so obvious. But bishop takes on g4 is played by Boris Gelfand.
Yeah, Arthur's. This is the move that we have seen here by Boris Gelfand. It seems like the position is like holdable here according to the engine. But one game which is really interesting is Dubov against Anand. And if we go there right away, we can see the last move, knight to b7, is a blunder.
All right, so what was the last move here? This was the position. Everything seems to be materially, I mean, white is down the pawn, but he has a great piece activity. Knight x on b7 is...
And rook c4? Oh, wait,
Oh
what's
my
happening? Rook
goodness.
c4, rook c4, rook d1, bishop f1, and bishop h3 checkmate threats?
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's a one-move blunder. I mean, back rank. Issues, my friend. I mean, rook takes on c4. Let me show this kid on the board. Rook d1 check, bishop f1, bishop h3. Oh my goodness. I mean, look at Daniil's face. It's just, oh,
That's
there's
painful.
that.
You cannot save the king, and there's no way to
But it's
guard
beautiful.
the white's
But it's
king.
very beautiful, kid. I mean, you gotta agree, right? And knight x on b7 seems, I mean, your first rank is well defended, right? There's no issue. There's the rook, there's the bishop, and yet, no. Rook c4.
Rook
Nothing
c4,
is
one
well
rook is
defended.
already hanging on b8, and you are putting another rook on c4 under the attack, but this is the best move. And now if the rook from c1 remains on the first rank, then black will take the knight on b7 and will take the bishop on c5, and that's the extra piece for Vishy Anand.
I mean, you can look at Daniil's face. He's like a little bit having a little laugh about how on earth did I miss this, right? And Daniil is a very, very positive person, and of course he's not gonna be incredibly dramatic about it. He's gonna laugh a bit, that at this level, blundering such a move is completely unacceptable, but completely unacceptable. But of course, I mean, these things happen. And we have seen already in this tournament a couple of blunders in the early rounds. You see, there's nothing he can do, right?
So he has to give away a piece. He's disgusted by his blunder. But yeah, that happened. At this point, Arthurs, we are already reaching the last round and last days. Any blunder like this can cost any of the players a couple of €1,000.
Indeed, so there's a fight for the overall ranking, of course, the prizes. Every single player will get a prize at the end. The last place finisher will get €5,000. So it could be
That's costly. 5 pairs of new Balenciaga shirts. 5
it
of
could
it,
be costly.
Arthurs.
It
5.
could be costly for the new. But he's going to continue to fight it out. I think he knows against Anand there's no chances. But, I do believe in one thing, Kerry. By resigning early, nobody has scored points, right? So that's why, of course...
No, it's impossible to stop the... Yeah. It's impossible to stop the clock right after you blunder that painfully. You need to calm down. You need to process. You need to try it out, like why to resign in this position. There is still some threats. Dubois will play this game until he sees something in the position.
Shall we go to another game? I see there's something happening in Jan Nepomniachtchi's game against Wesley So, and Nepomniachtchi is potentially fighting for the leadership in the tournament. Look at this, Kerry. I mean, he has a very strong pawn on a3, and yet the bar says, what's doing fine? I guess the pawn on a3 is falling.
Let's take the board on the screen, and here we have rook to b4. This is the final move of black, and seems to be a bit of inaccuracy.
Now the question is, how does white get to the pawn on a3? Rook a1, or maybe first away push the queen.
Rook to c1 to kick the queen away. Queen has not too many squares, and now white can capture the pawn on a3.
Oh, you just take it right away. You're right. You just take the pawn right away. So this appears to be a mistake by Wesley, who has been having, not even sure how to call it, a mediocre tournament so far. But again, I mean, if you put in the same room 10 super grandmasters, somebody has to win the tournament and somebody has to finish in the last place. That's how it goes. Simple mathematics.
Yeah, that's true. Vasilisa on camera right now. Is he going to... no, he's with the black pieces, sorry. Because the first game between these two ended in favor of Vasily.
Yeah, in the first round robin, indeed, you're right. So Wesley won the final game. Remember, this was the moment when he had started the tournament with 0 points out of 4, and Nepomniachtchi played, I believe it was the French defense. He tried to sharpen up the game, and at this moment, Wesley finally stopped the bleeding and actually won a very nice game. Here, Nepomniachtchi is about to take his revenge. I think you just want to get rid of this rook on a2. Play something like rook c2. What?
I think.
Okay, that's
interesting. On the background we see Dubov talking and probably just finished the game, and he just resigned and storms out. He's very disappointed with this one move blunder, 1 game down, and this is the first victory for Vishy Anand today, Arthurs.
All right. So Vishy is coming back, and maybe this is exactly what he needed after these, unfortunately, 3 losses in a row. Queen f1. This is a move, Katie, which really puzzles me, because I would have thought that Nepomniachtchi wants to get rid of the rook from a2. All right.
Yeah, the idea of rook, queen to f1, right?
Yeah, queen f1 felt a bit strange.
Perhaps he wanted to avoid queen to f2, queen g2, sort of like threats. I have a feeling that she wanted to guard d3 and g2 by the queen.
Maybe. Maybe. Wait a second. Yeah, there was rook a1 threat. Rook a1 and queen g1. That was this show. All right, queen e1. So here Wesley is trying to organize some counterplay at the king side. g5, king g5, h4 probably. What else? Yeah, h4
h4 has been played. I like this move very much.
I think that if Wesley had time, he would love to play also knight f8, knight g6, knight f4, but of course this is never going to happen because Nepomniachtchi at any given moment, he can play rook d2 and stop this. Knight e3, threatens carry knight f5 and queen h4, attacking the queen on d4.
Oh, that's a nice move. Queen to b2, attacking on g2 square.
I think there's something like rook b1, rook b7 already very close to winning here. Maybe even king h3. What about king h3? Can I do that? A king is a piece after all.
That can be a very strong move. Rook to b1, the queen is under attack. Queen has to move. Queen d2, offering a queen trade.
I think that Nepomniachtchi should not really mind a queen trade. Indeed, he has an extra pawn. He can play something quiet as rook b3, rook b7.
Rook b7, attacking the knight. I like that.
I think this is just winning. It's just winning. So Nepomniachtchi is going to win this. There's nothing happening here. Kerry,
let's go then to the game of Peter, if it's not happening.
Exactly. This is what I wanted to suggest, but the question is anything happening here at all? I think it's just going to be a draw. So Swidler has an extra pawn, but it's very difficult for him to win this. Because this is what we call literally a fortress. The white king is going to go to b3 or b1, you choose. Put the bishop at e5, play pawn h5. That's it. I mean, the white can never lose. The same applies for black. Black always can play f5, put the bishop on c3, and this h-pawn is going nowhere. Or even bishop f8.
Yeah, seems like the draw that will be happen here. Even though that white has 3 seconds, there is no way to win or lose this one. So here we have the draw. Let's go back to Nepo and Vasili's game. This is the most important, not the most important, but the game that can end in a decisive result. And
Nepomniachtchi must be very happy to see the game finish in a draw, right? Because this is also
he has a chance to catch up,
very good chance to catch the leader and enter the final day of the event with shared lead. Once again, dear viewers, just to remind you, Jan Nepomniachtchi is the first edition's winner back in 2019 when this tournament was played for the first time, and right now right now in year 2023 he is looking in a great shape to win the tournament again. That's
right. And besides the time, he also has very nice time on the clock. About 2 minutes against Vasili's 22nd here. And he's trying to activate his king as well. There is a lot of pawns on for white. The chain of these pawns guarding each other. And is he trying to somehow checkmate black's king, like king to g4 to activate this king and then to roll with the rook and the knight?
Oops, watch out for rook h1 checkmate. Be careful here. Don't blunder. I think you already need to play something like rook h7 check. I mean, white needs to be a bit accurate here.
There's no more move here, Arturs. There's no more move. Okay, knight g4.
Okay, knight g4, knight h2 is technically also a defense.
But there's knight f1 here, so you better don't do that.
I think actually Nepo slightly misplayed this. He shouldn't have done this.
f4, king f4, rook h4? Oh no, okay, rook h4.
Wait a second. f4? Yeah, f4 wins the game. No, it does not yet. Wait a second, f4, king h5. Where's the win? f4, king h5, where's the win? Ladies and gentlemen, I don't see it yet.
Knight f7 is the win, and then d6, d7, d8, you cannot stop this pawn rolling.
That's nice.
Wow, that's nice. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's
really
amazing.
Dramatic. Black cannot do anything against it.
And if you go here, I just take it here, and I'm just in time. In time. And that's it. Nepomniachtchi wins. Okay, so he had calculated all of this. Looked a bit scary. King h5. Also d6. And now we are going to see this king takes on h4.
Look at this move. This is so Nepo moves here. Looking at his opponent being a bit confused. Is Vasili's idea not to capture the knight but to push the pawn forward? I believe that.
What else? Because everything else is losing. I mean, king takes on h4, you gotta try c4. And right now, Jan is checking this line. What's happening there? What? No? You decided not to take it?
Oh.
I wonder why. Wait a second, just a second. Really? It was impossible to take it? Take it?
Oh! What just happened? Look, what just happened? Look at Nepo, he's like so not pleased. And let's zoom a little bit on the board.
Just a second, what did he blunder exactly?
Wait, he made the move on last second, vastly so, but he dropped the pieces, and Nepo was very upset with that. He was very upset. He called for a moment for the arbiter, but they launched the game again.
All right, okay. But anyway, Nepo still appears to be winning. I'm a bit surprised he didn't take the rook. He still had like a full minute here, but I mean these 4 pawns and the knight, it should be enough. It should be enough to win the game because the pawn on c4 is going nowhere. King d4, the pawn is arrested. It's going nowhere. King d3. I mean, Wesley is dreaming for some scenario, maybe trade the pawn on c3 for the pawn on f3 and pawn on g5, and then somehow hold on rook versus 2 connected passed pawns. But I don't think So is getting to the pawn on g5.
4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. He made move on 1 second.
That's actually pretty annoying, right? I mean, when you're playing against an opponent who keeps playing the final moves on the final second. But
Yeah,
that's
it
it.
is
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi
very
wins. Finally, he wins.
Yeah, and they are right now sharing some thoughts. For sure, rook to h4 was hanging. We can take a look at that afterwards, but we have still one game in progress. And let's take a look at that game. Mamedyarov against Boris Gelfand. These two players are just leaving the board, and they don't even adjust the pieces. You can imagine how much stress right now is on this board.
It seems the game has already finished. I don't have a confirmation what happened there because on the relay it shows that White's time has expired. Really, could it be that the Mamedyarov lost on time? No, it's a draw.
No, it's a draw.
Thank goodness, because the clock shows it's time expired for White. It's a draw.
It is a draw, and Arthur's how White is making here a draw, how Black is making here a draw when the king is cutted from a file is that Black is also keeping White's king to be cutted from the first rank, and the moment White pushes the pawn forward, then you can attack, and this opponent game is a draw.
Yeah, you cannot play rook f2 to keep the king cut off. Indeed, the game is drawn, so if you play rook f4, Black just waits and does nothing, and the game is eventually ending with nothing. So a draw is played. So let's also check a look at the standings after day 3.
That's right. Let's take a look at the standings. After round 14, we do have now Nepomniachtchi sharing first place with Peter Svidler. Both of them have amazing run at the Levitov week, 9.5 points. Both of them, Aronian and Mamedyarov are the closest with 7.5 points. But Arthur's, this is 2 points difference between the first, second, and third places. So that means that the fight is still not over. We still don't know who is the leader in this tournament. Is there anything here that you want to summarize today, Arthurs?
I think it only proves, Kitty, what I felt after the... Okay, maybe I was slightly wrong after the first. I thought that it's definitely going to be Aronian fighting for the first place. I could already sense that Peter Swidler is in great shape. And after day 2, it was becoming pretty obvious that for the win in the tournament, we'll be fighting Nepomniachtchi, Peter Swidler, and maybe Aronian and Vishy Anand. And as the day progressed, we saw that Anand, for some reason, was not on top of his game today because he started the day with 3 losses. This means that he no longer is fighting to win the tournament. And Aronian also was lagging behind a bit. He started the day 2 with a couple of losses. Day 3 today, he also started with a loss. He could have lost against Kramnik. And at the end of the day, it's only Nepomniachtchi and Peter Swidler. These 2 players at the moment, really, they stand out from the crowd. They are playing the most exciting, most interesting chess so far. So it's only logical that they're also in the lead of the tournament.
Yeah, I can't agree more. But this is not the end for Nepo. He has to play another very strong tournament together with Levon Aronian. They both gonna play in the first division of AI Cup, and we already know that Kraming also plays third division. So you guys, we're inviting you to come back in a few minutes. That's the tournament when the tournament starts, and we are inviting you tomorrow, 1 hour before than we usually do, for the Levitov Chess 2023, and we're gonna know that person who will win the title of this tournament and also 40,000 euros. So we're saying goodbye now, and please come back tomorrow. Bye.
Bye bye.